I'd like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Mrs. Grasky. Mrs. Koski.
Present.
Mr. Radke.
Present.
Schmidt.
Present.
Mr. Yanes.
Here.
Mrs. Yarko.
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda and move item consent 9G to consideration number 1.
Support.
Okay, so I think what we're doing is we're moving 9G to consideration 10 or whatever. Would
be
10-1, and then everything moves back a little bit. Okay, Council, is there anything else?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
move consideration item, consent agenda item M to consideration item 10B.
Okay, so we'll take item 9M from the consent agenda, and we'll take that under consideration after 9G. Councilor, is there anything else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Our Mayor Pro Tem Liz Zarowski is not here today. She had a conflict, and she said she regrets she will not be able to make it, but she will be back for the next City Council meeting. The next item on our agenda tonight is our City Manager's report. Our City Manager, Mark Vanderpool, will deliver his report. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to announce I have a number of exciting special presentations this evening that I think everyone will find most interesting. First, let me begin by just reminding the community that this Saturday, May 11th, is our annual plant exchange. It begins at 9:30 a.m. at the Sterling Heights Nature Center just down the road. It's always a really popular event, so those of you who wish to participate in this, please feel free to go to our website or call our Community Relations Department at 446-2489 for more information. Again, that's this Saturday, 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. And to begin with our first special presentation, our departments really pride themselves on creating new and innovative programming for the community, and the library certainly is no exception. We have a lot of great work going on in the library, and this evening our library director, Tammy Turgeon, would like to showcase a new, creative, and one-of-a-kind program that we're about to start.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of City Council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszewski, and residents. Our Sterling Heights Public Library's mission is encouraging innovative living through literacy, discovery, and community. And I'm excited to announce our newest service that supports this mission, the mobile library. You might ask, what is a mobile library? Well, this is Sterling Heights Public Library's updated version of a bookmobile. We used a John Deere tractor from the city's facilities maintenance department as the vehicle and had a box fabricated for the bed of the tractor that we can remove when the vehicle's needed by facilities maintenance. We then had the vehicle wrapped and the box graphics installed to create a new service that we're looking forward to bringing to the community. The box has shelving to store free books, program flyers, and giveaways that the library staff will use to promote the library's programs and services. The first major event is our summer reading kickoff on June 16th from noon to 2, and you'll also see it on Wednesdays in Dodge Park and on the trails. I would especially like to thank the Sterling Heights Friends of the Library and the Sterling Heights Area Community Foundation for their generous donations to make this service possible. The benefits of the mobile library are many. We are creating an awareness of the library and the programs and services we offer. We are also promoting the Friends of the Library's Used But Sterling bookstore that funds all of the library's programs. There is a social benefit for our residents as well. By taking the mobile library to our residents, library staff are able to interact with them to share their love of reading and promote literacy in the community. And last but not least, this is an innovative and fun way for the library to provide outreach service to the community in various settings around the city at a much lower cost than a full bookmobile. If it is successful, it could be considered a proof of concept for a future larger service. How fun it'll be to see our mobile library bringing the library to you wherever you might be in our city. Although the mobile library will not be giving out library cards or checking books out to residents at this time, we will be providing information about all of the great programs and services we have, as well as handing out free books from the Friends of the Library's bookstore. Future sightings of the mobile library will be at city events such as the Dodge Park Farmers Market when the library is there, local schools, and other city parks. Our outreach team is still working on a schedule, but it will be posted by the end of the month on our website at www.shpl.net. And while you're waiting to visit our mobile library, I encourage everyone to visit the Sterling Heights Public Library in person. We're open 6 days a week during the summer, so stop by, grab a book, attend a program, meet up with a friend, play a game of oversized chess, create something in our makerspace, play an outdoor instrument, and enjoy everything that your Sterling Heights Public Library has to offer. Thank you.
Mayor, I wanted to thank our library director and her team for the great work they do in thinking of these innovative programs. It's a creative way to connect with the community and those who really value our library. So thank you once again. And Mayor, moving on to our next presentation, I'm super excited to make these comments, introductory comments, because we brag a lot about our businesses in the city, and we talk a lot about the big businesses, Stellantis and Ford Motor Company and General Dynamic Land Systems and BAE. These are the behemoths that, get a lot of attention. But we know that our local economy, not only our local economy, but our national economy, is really, the economic engine is small businesses. It's businesses that are startups. It's those that have been around for a few years, and those have been around for decades. And so tonight we're talking about a new startup business right here in Sterling Heights that has collaborated with our Velocity Business Accelerator, has collaborated with the Small Business Administration, who's also here tonight, to work really hard to get their startup company not only running, but winning national awards. They recently competed in a national award, and I don't want to steal any thunder because we have a few others that are going to speak, but let's just say this: they did very, very well in the competition. And the competition was in Washington, D.C., and they drove home last night from Washington, D.C. to be at this council meeting. Actually, they had to report to the shop this morning because they are the owners and they run it. And then they came to the council meeting to share in this ceremony. So I am really excited to introduce the video that's going to showcase the business, and then we have a presentation from the Small Business Administration, and we'll hear from the owner as well. So if you don't mind, sit back and enjoy the video.
My name is Shelley MacArthur, and I am president here at NTL Industries.
My name's Greg MacArthur, and we own NTL Industries. We are a build-to-print company, so you supply us with a blueprint, we'll supply you guys with completed goods.
Greg has been in the industry for over 20 years, and he figured, if I can do this here, why can't we start our own?
It was like, you got one shot, right? Like Eminem's song, you got one shot, so you gotta take it.
NTL can stand for two things. It's either nothing to lose, which we have a lot to lose, or never too late.
So my business partner is my beautiful wife, Shelley.
Greg is great at what he does because he is the go-getter. I like to be behind the scenes, and I am great at what I do.
I see them as two sides of the coin, so to speak. Shelley is more the administrative part, but then Greg is the execution part.
One of the great things about NTL is that it's a family business that started in 2017, in the garage?
So the major product lines of NTL Industries is prototype, short-run production, and long-run production. So any kind of detailed component, whether it be for the military, whether it be agriculture, automation, aerospace industries as well.
I focus on customer satisfaction, follow it through the shop from when we get the material to delivery.
And so that when we have something come up that it says, hey, this has NTL written all over it, we tend to get them involved.
So as long as you're adaptively changing with industry and not staying stagnant, I think every year we've gotten a new machine. This year is the 5-axis that you see sitting behind us. It's not new, but it's new to us. New to us means new avenues that we can go into.
Growth is not a bad thing, but it's very scary.
The SBA has helped us out kind of like behind the scenes with becoming certified women-owned. So one great help that we've had the whole time was through the Apex accelerators.
The Apex accelerators are very important in terms of federal contracting.
So the accelerators offered free coaching that was able to navigate through all of the demonstrations that they have for the government for government projects.
They have been specifically granted to work with those small businesses to prepare them for the federal contracting arena.
So they have resources and meet the buyer events that I go to. So a lot of the events that they have, I still attend.
Greg has a huge vision, and I have a vision too, but I think we balance each other out to a vision that will work for both of us.
So the vision that we see NTL Industries going would be more along the lines of 5-axis technology, along with a lot more AI integrated software within our programming capabilities. 1, to do it faster, 2, to be more precise, and 3, to get the products done in a timely manner.
I want to make sure everybody here feels good and heard and important with what they're doing. I feel that the employees are the backbone of the business, and without them, we would not be where we're at today.
They are a company that is built with integrity and trust.
And a lot of people took a chance on me. Without those people, we probably wouldn't be here today.
But I do feel that Greg and I are very devoted to this business, and we don't stop.
And Mayor, we have 2 representatives from the U.S. Small Business Administration with us this evening. You all know Anthony Lewis, of course. He's an outreach coordinator. But the director is going to speak this evening, and that's Lakita Henderson. And we're really honored to have her with us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Mayor, and Councilman. I'm really so excited to be here. SBA started National Small Business Week back in 1963. And the goal of National Small Business Week is to uplift those small business owners in our various communities, because as you stated, they are the lifeblood of our economy. In Michigan alone, we have 900,000 businesses, and 98.6% of them are small businesses. So when we took applications, got applications, Anthony was the go-to guy. We knew when we saw their application, we had a winner. Each year, each state awards a National Small Business Person of the Year, and we awarded that to NTL Industries because of not only their story, but their perseverance. And once they receive the award from us, they then get to go compete nationally, which they did in Washington, D.C. against all other 50 states at our territories. And I'm proud to say they came out on top. They are the National Small Business Persons of the Year. And so I don't want to steal any more thunder. I want you to meet them. We have Greg MacArthur and his lovely wife, Shelley.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. It was a long drive last night through the rain, and from Sandusky, Ohio to South Michigan,
we ran through blustering thunderstorms. And we took our family down there, and we were elected first place, and we actually won it when we were sitting there, and we didn't really know what was going to go on, so it was kind of a blessing in disguise. So still kind of in awe, still kind of taking it all in. But like I said, like Lakita said, we were with 53 other states and provinces through the United States, and they picked us to come on top. So very, very welcoming and everything like that, so.
That's awesome. Very good.
Thank you. Few people I'd like to thank would be, sorry, we were jotting this down on the way in this morning. It was incredibly honored and deeply appreciated that we won this award. We couldn't have done it without our unwavering support with our friends, family, and amazing employees. A special thanks goes out to Jeannie, who handles our social media and marketing, for nominating us. And we're so grateful at everything that she does and that everyone else does around town. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just a concluding comment on the topic. This illustrates the importance of resources like the Velocity Collaboration Center and working hand in hand with the SBA and the county and MEDC and so many other agencies as well. It's gratifying to be able to support and nurture businesses like NTL, because obviously this is a reward, this is a return on investment. So we appreciate the mayor and city council support for endeavors like Velocity and other economic development initiatives that the city has going on. And Mayor, I have just one last presentation on my report this evening.
Well, wait, before we do that, I want to open it up to the city council. If council has any comments, or any questions for Greg and Shelley, or anything they want to say, because I think this is a pretty momentous occasion to have a business in Sterling Heights, not just be named the small business for the state of Michigan, but the national small business of the year. I mean, I don't think we've ever had anything like that in the 15 years I've been here. We've had a number of incredible businesses in Sterling Heights, and I'm certain that there are many, many others in Sterling Heights and Michigan and beyond, just like yours. But to get that recognition, I think it calls for, letting the city council make any comments, or if they have any questions, just Mr. Yanez.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question that came to my mind is, how big is your garage?
So my garage, when we first started, my daughter, she was 7 when we started, and my son, he was 3. So we had a 2-car garage that I used half of it, and the other half was their playroom.
Oh, my.
So we wedged in a lathe I bought off eBay, and from there we built it to a Bridgeport. The first Bridgeport I bought was not a good Bridgeport, so I got to hear that from my wife, because it was not the best thing we bought, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
So it did not make good parts, but we ended up buying another one, and then from there we stayed in there for about 10 months or so, and then I was going to buy a new machine, and then we went. And that machine that I was going to buy, one of my customers had it, and they decided that it was way too slow, so I was like, that is not going to happen. So then we had to go lease a building at 18 a mound, and then that transgressed into getting the second unit next to it, and then that went on to where we're at now, at just south of Merrill, or just south of 59 on Merrill.
That's fantastic. Apple computers started in a garage.
That's right.
So
did Amazon.
So did Amazon. So you could be that big someday. So if you had any advice to anybody who's got a CNC machine, a lathe or whatever, and they're working in the garage, what would be the one piece of advice you'd share with everybody?
Try not to get any sleep. It's very nerve-wracking at times. You have to be very patient. She's very patient with me.
She's very patient. Yeah, obviously so. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It's a great award, and I hope you grow into a 100,000 square foot building.
That would be wonderful.
How big is your building now?
It's 13.2.
Oh, no, you got to go bigger.
Gotta go bigger.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
As long as we have the space for you here in
Yes.
Sterling Heights.
Yes.
we'll
Well,
find
it's right up the street from our house, so we've stayed in the area the whole time. And with the defense sector and stuff like that, and the Velocity Center that we go to a lot with defense donuts that they have every now and then. There's a round table tomorrow morning that I may make it to, but not sure because of the AS certification that we're going through at our shop, so up in the air yet, so.
Well, cool. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Okay, I have a couple of questions, so through the chair to Greg, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the criteria, first of all, in order for the nomination to go in? I mean, was there, you had to have so many employees, so many years in business? I mean, or you just kind of, what was the criteria, I guess, for the award?
So there was many different criterias for the award. It didn't single out to any specific size of business nor the makeup of the business. We actually met a wonderful couple down there from New York who had only one employee, and she made it to the top, 50 with us. And then there was other ones that were major family businesses that grew and grew and grew. The second place team or the first runner up, they had a 10,000 acre farm that they produce potatoes for one of the big potato chip companies. So it didn't really matter what your company did. It was just pretty much how you ran the company or how you designated that such thing to the industry that you were producing to.
Okay, and then this is because I have to ask, was there a financial award as well to help you grow your business?
That I'm not sure.
It'd be kind of nice if
Financial?
there was.
I mean, that would be amazing,
Yeah, it'd be something to
but-
look into. But I'm sure just the award and the advertising and what you could do with it, but I just wondered if there was any financial support, because that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, no,
There
as
was,
of now,
but Elon Musk cut it right out. It's gone.
Okay,
as of now, we haven't heard anything, but, just a recognition
Yeah,
throughout
that's pretty
national and headline news and stuff like that, it's been astronomically amazing.
well, because, we always say, when you succeed, we succeed. So if you don't think we're going to be bragging about you and your accomplishments, it certainly is something we'll be talking about as well. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a great story. I do have a couple of questions, though. Actually, my son probably works for one of your competitors, and he started in his garage as well. So it seems to be a growing trend with machinists that you start in garages and expand. My son had an opportunity to become an apprentice through Macomb Community College at his current employer. So I'm just wondering if you have thought about maybe taking advantage of apprenticeship programs through the college.
We have not looked into that yet, but we have thought of avenues to go to that route. We haven't exercised any of the local community colleges that would be able to help us out. The certain people or aspects that we've been doing. Our last location was air conditioned, so I kind of used that as a crutch, when it was 95 degrees outside, like, oh, air conditioning, now hiring. So certain things and like that are kind of what we kind of grow upon, so.
Well, I encourage you to look into it because Macomb has a brand-new skilled trades center, and they do fantastic things there, and it's actually an advantage for you as well.
Okay.
So I wish you well, I wish you luck, and how do you get the smell out of the clothes? I just can't. I can't seem to do that.
See, I don't sleep and then she keeps watching.
I've tried everything, but nothing further. Just best of luck to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues have really summed it up, so I'm just going to say congratulations. We are so happy to support businesses like yours right here in Sterling Heights. It shows the breadth of all the stuff we do, not only in the defense sector, but in all kinds of high-tech manufacturing.
Right.
So I just want to congratulate you, bring a little bit of credit back home. And I like that you said you live down the street from where you work.
Yep.
Kind of keep it all in-house. I like that.
3 minutes in rush hour traffic. You can't pass it up.
No worries at all. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Goski.
Thank you. Congratulations, Greg. Just a couple questions. What was the time frame from when you first decided to do this business to when you move into that building?
I was working 2 jobs when I first started our business for about 10 months. And then we decided to upgrade our machines to something a little bit faster. So the garage couldn't handle the bigger machine and a little bit faster machine, along with the power, because it's 3-phase. So we had to actually find a facility at that time. And, what's that? 10 months.
Very good. That's impressive. Can you tell us what was your most encouraging source to help you grow the business, to get the clientele? Where did you find the information that you needed?
Google. No, so,
away all the secrets.
no. Wife always asks me questions, and I'm like, she's like, well, what's this? I'm like, Google. But, no, actually, when we first started, anyone that had a help wanted sign out front obviously had more work than they could handle, so I pressed the luck and knocked on the door. So I could help them out at that given moment. It might not, but still to this day, I still do a lot of work with those people that I started with.
Well, one question, did you have any contact with Velocity here in Sterling Heights?
Yes, we did. We do the Donuts in Defense with Nancy that's there. And I do the roundtables with Rick as well.
So would you say that they really helped you along with information, guidance?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Koski, and I'll just say congratulations. You've given something for us to be very proud of. You should, of course, be very proud of what you've accomplished and what you've done. It's an incredible, incredible honor. It's kind of like breathtaking. The best small business in the country is right here in Sterling Heights. So you deserve all the congratulations, and keep up the great work. And if you don't mind, the council would like to come down, shake your hands, and take a picture with you. And so, council, would you mind joining me?
That's pretty cool.
Do you want us in the middle? Yep, in the middle. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get you guys in the middle.
You know everybody now, that's really good.
Here I go.
Got it?
Don't drop it.
You guys one sign? All right.
Don't do a JD Vance, okay?
All right, I think I'm in.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
You might know more.
They have the same machines I have.
He drops the national championship trophy, breaks it. Then the next day he touches the Pope and kills him.
A bad run there. All right, Mr. Vanderpool,
Okay, Mayor.
top that.
Thank you again for the rousing conclusion. And I do have one last item, and that is an update on our community garden. For those of you who weren't able to attend the grand opening, it was spectacular. And I want to show another short video highlighting this amazing amenity we have in Sterling Heights.
The ARPA program was the single biggest investment, I think, in communities around the country in this country's history. So this is a historic ribbon cutting. This is a historic project, and it was part of a historic project for the whole country.
We are at really a one-of-a-kind amenity right here in Sterling Heights. We've never done something quite like this community garden, and there's so many pieces of this community garden that are just gonna inspire people to learn, to grow, to be part of the outdoors. So many physical and mental health benefits to parks and recreation activities and being out in the park, plus the community that's gonna be built by like-minded people trying their green thumbs at planting some fruits, vegetables, or flowers in our garden beds. Really is going to be a great model of community right here in Sterling Heights.
And it's not just the community garden. We've got this beautiful butterfly conservatory.
Opening today until October. The butterfly garden is open during select hours throughout the week. And that is going to be in the afternoons, 1 o'clock to 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then we'll be open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the weekends as well for people to come visit.
We had been for a number of years receiving feedback from residents who had been saying, you know, you got a great community center, a great city campus, Dodge Park is amazing, all that stuff is on the north end of the city. When are we going to get something good in the south end of the city? And so we're really proud to take that feedback, hear from the residents, and make these improvements here at Nelson Park. We're really excited to have this project, one of the greatest things we have going on in Sterling Heights right now, right here at Nelson Park at 15 Mile and Ryan Road.
Nelson Park truly is a gem. This is probably one of our busiest major parks that we have in the city. Between having restrooms, having parking, having access to water and electricity, it really fit the bill for everything we were looking for in a park. But we do still have garden beds available for licenses. We have in-ground beds, above-ground beds. We have beds for people of all ages and all abilities. We have beds for those that might have mobility challenges. We have raised beds for that as well. Go to our website, myshpr.net, or call the Parks and Recreation Department to get more information about how to obtain a garden bed license.
Mayor, there are so many people involved in planning the community garden. It started a couple of years ago. Far too many people to recognize this evening, but I did want to highlight and thank Kyle Langloy for his good work on the project, Lauren Moore in city management, also our former assistant city manager, Jeff Bahorsky, and so many others that were involved in this endeavor. It really turned out wonderful, and it's going to be a huge success. And Mayor, just lastly, at the conclusion of tonight's meeting, I'm requesting the City Council convene a closed session pursuant to Sections 8E and 8H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss a confidential written legal opinion and to discuss trial or settlement strategy in connection with Macomb County Circuit Court Case Number 24-2725-AA. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool, and I'm sorry to those who had to listen to me screaming. The microphone wasn't working there at the community garden, and we had the biggest crowd for any ribbon cutting that I can ever remember, so I really had to amplify my voice, but I noticed that on the video. So great job by the Parks and Rec Department, Community Relations, and everyone involved. Okay. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a presentation of the 24th recipient of a Sterling Heights Fire Department's Survival Coin. And for that, I'd like to welcome to the podium our Sterling Heights Fire Chief, Kevin Edmond. Chief Edmond.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. One of the things that I get to do as a fire chief is to present this survival coin. This is one of the great things that I can think of in my time being with the fire department, that we can honor somebody who survived a cardiac arrest. The Sterling Heights Fire Department instituted the Survival Coin Program in 2016 as a way to bring survivors of cardiac events together with the first responders who work to save their lives. Tonight, the 24th coin will be presented under this program, along with exceptional civilian awards to those who administered life-saving CPR during this event. A little bit about the story. On the morning of February 8th, 2025, Ronald was playing pickleball at the Sterling Heights Senior Center gymnasium. After experiencing chest pain, Ron fell unconscious with no discernible pulse. Fellow players and Parks and Recreational Department staff reacted quickly and decisively by calling 911 and retrieving the AED that we have at Senior Center. The AED was deployed, and after administration of a single shock, Ron's heartbeat was restored. Paramedics from the fire department arrived and transported him to the hospital where he underwent heart surgery days later. What I'd like to say is in 2022, there were probably about 356,000 out of cardiac arrests in the United States, with 90% of those people ended up surpassing to their event. The fire department participates in the Cardiac Arrest Registry and Enhanced Survival, or CARES. It's a web-based data program that we kind of track statistics dealing with lay people CPR and actually AED use. From 2020 to 2022, Sterling Heights went from 0 public AED use to 22% AED use. It's with this AED use, attributable to installing and maintaining training of these AEDs on the survival of Ron and the validation of best practices with the fire department and the city of Sterling Heights. And I want to thank council for their strong support of these programs because it does make a difference. At this time, I'd like to invite Ronald up, Cindy, Mark, Bill, Chantu, and members of the Parks and Rec Department and Fire Department staff who are here tonight to help me hand out these awards. I'm going to give you this, so I hand that out to Bill. Ron, I'd like to present you with the survival coin. Thank you. Congratulations and thanks for being here. They'll hand out the survival, or the citizen. Let's go ahead and say their name, give them the challenge point. So what we're doing is not only giving them a certificate of civilian award, but we started a program about 2 years ago, Fire Department Challenge Points, with our kind of key signature phrase words that we use in the fire department, which maintain loyalty, integrity, equity, tradition, and excellence. That's on this one. And everybody that has got the civilian award will also receive a challenge point.
Great, thank you, Chief. I appreciate the opportunity to be up here to recognize for their exceptional civilian service, Bill Albrecht for his role in this life-saving event.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I would also like to recognize Mark Bayer for his excellent work and present you with the award.
And I would like to recognize Cindy Bayer, and she is the person that got the AED as well, so we appreciate that.
And last but not least, Chantu. Ron, do you want to say a few words? You don't have to if you don't want to, but highly encouraged.
I appreciate inviting us all here for this. It was amazing to have another chance at life. It couldn't have been done. My doctor says it was your pickleball friends that absolutely saved your life. Without their quick response and actions taken, could have been people saying a prayer or wishing me well, get well. Everyone played a role, and it was just unbelievable what the pickleball family is. It's a close-knit family that I couldn't believe the response that I got, from all the people that I played pickleball with. So I want to say thank you to everyone that had played any role in helping me, giving me a second chance at life. So thank you.
Mayor Taylor?
Council, I'll open it up for any comments. Mrs. Zarko.
I just want to ask Ron, thank you. I want to ask Ron if he's back to playing pickleball. Are you back to playing pickleball?
Pardon me?
Are you back to playing pickleball?
Yes, I started a couple weeks ago. My doctors wanted me to wait another month, but I had to get back to it. It was
Well,
just-
that's good to hear, because, you know, we keep putting these courts in, and people ask us, who plays pickleball?
It's the best sport around.
Obviously, you have a whole family of that are
It
playing
is. It's a
the sport.
it's a great sport, and anyone that thinks that they can't have fun because they never played it before, you could have fun at any level. And it's a great sport to be involved with, you know.
Well, we're glad to see that you can enjoy it, you know, a lot longer. So congratulations, and glad to see that you're with us and in good health. And thank you to all the people that helped you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sarko. Council, anyone? Mr. Radke?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ron, it's so good to see you. We're so glad to have you here today. It just shows you how important it is to have these AEDs located throughout the community. We had a presentation in our our budget hearings about possibly placing them throughout the park in outdoors, just in case something like this happens. And you're just a perfect example of just the preparedness of not only our fire department, our facility staff, but also your friends. I see you got Cindy, Mark, Bill, and Shantanu? Shantanu, yeah. You folks saved this man's life, and we want to extend our thanks. Sterling Heights has one of the best, I want to say, communities in the entire country. And it's because of people like you, people who stepped up. I mean, Ron, they stepped up to help you, and we're just so honored to have you here tonight. So thank you so much. You guys are who make our community the best place to live in the state. So thank you for being here, and I'm glad you're back at it. You know, we have plans to open even more pickleball courts this year.
Great.
Oh, they're ready. They're ready. You know, we were talking about a facility with pathway to play and preservation. So I'm sure I might see you there, because I've never played pickleball, but they tell me I have to start now.
Okay, go ahead.
Go easy on me.
You'll have fun, guarantee it.
Absolutely.
No matter what level you are.
What are you, Ron? Are you a 3.0, 3.5?
I don't know, I
track
never
of
got
that?
rated, so I'm not sure. I can hold my own, though, I'm not too bad.
That's tremendous, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
All I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone? So I'll just, again, say, first of all, thank you to our fire department for being here and for being the great fire department that you are. But it sounds like the fire department might not have had much to do if it wasn't for the pickleball crew that was there to have your back and help out. And such a great sight to just see all of you guys here supporting Ron. And I'll tell you what, the only reason I know about those ratings is because my dad plays pickleball 6 or 7 days a week. He is freshly back from Florida as of like 2 days ago. And so I'm not kidding, he's playing pickleball all day, every day. He calls me to talk about pickleball, texts me about pickleball, he tells me when pickleball's on ESPN. And I don't know what it is about this sport, but it's really something that people are very, very passionate about. And to me, honestly, what it sounds like, it's the camaraderie, the friendship,
Exactly.
the ability to stay active and do something competitive. We all have that competitiveness in us, and to do something that's fun. Look, it's just incredible to have you here and to have all of your friends here with you who played a role in giving you that second chance at life. So take advantage of it and play as much pickleball as you can, all right? We're going to give you every opportunity here in Sterling Heights, so it's great to see you. Can we have one more big round of applause for everybody?
Thank you.
All right, well, why don't we take about a 5-minute break? We got plenty of agenda in front of us, but we'll let the audience clear out a little bit. We'll take a break for 5 minutes. We'll stand in recess. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And our next item on our agenda tonight is a public hearing. This is the 2025-2026 budget public hearing and adoption. We have a presentation from our Finance and Budget Director, Jennifer Varney. Mrs. Varney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Koszewski, and members of council. As you know, the city charter requires a formal public hearing to be held on the budget before its adoption. So first, a brief overview of the budget highlights. The proposed budget was submitted to City Council on March 27th, and since that time, the budget has been available for public inspection on the city's website and at the city clerk's office. The appropriations ordinance was introduced at the April 8th City Council meeting. So to briefly review, the total fund city budget this year is $319.9 million. And as a reminder, $56 million of the total fund budget is directly related to the Pathways to Play and Preservation millage. The total fund budget has increased investments, again, related to pathways and preservation projects, investments in city facilities such as Fire Station 5 and the jail renovation, and investments in personnel through contractual increases. The proposed general fund budget totals $133 million. That's an increase of $3.6 million or 2.8% over the current year. And the increases are primarily related to personnel, including wages, an increase to the police and fire pension contribution, and increases to health insurance. There were 3 amendments approved at the April 22nd budget hearing. We had an increase to the major road fund of $500,000 for Metro Parkway street lighting and median landscaping, and also to the general fund budget to fund the street lighting costs, the electricity costs related to that lighting. An increase of $88,700 to the general fund budget for the stormwater utility feasibility study, and an increase of $400,000 to the general fund budget for the paving of the parking lot at Donovan Park and safety adjustments to the park entrance. So the proposed budget now includes a use of fund balance of $1.3 million, and that's about $500,000 more than the original proposed due to the amendments that were just mentioned. But as you can see here, our general fund balance is still very healthy at $39.2 million, or just under 30% of its expenditures. The proposed city millage rate for the tax year of 2025 is 17.5323, and it's due to the 0.95 millage increase due to the voter-approved Pathways to Play and Preservation millage. The average taxable value for a home in Sterling Heights is just over $103,000, which is about $5,000 more than last year. And this equates to a home with a market value of $302,000. So the average resident taxable value is about 34% of their market value. The annual city taxes on the average home are $1,809 annually, or $151 a month. And as you can see from this chart, the city's tax rate, even with this Pathways to Play and Preservation millage, continues to be one of the lowest in the county. So in summary, the proposed budget preserves the city's solid financial position, adds additional public safety positions, includes the renovation of Fire Station 5 and of the unused jail facility, includes funding for $12 million in major road improvements, and fully funds all long-term liabilities. It also funds a fire engine and 17 police vehicle, funds the drone as a first responder program, a rewrite of the zoning ordinance, and ADA bleachers at Donovan Park, and funds ongoing facilities and infrastructure maintenance, including parking lot repair, park trail replacement, and water and sewer main televising and repairs. And not last but not least, funds all the Pathways to Preservation projects that were approved by the voters. The appropriations ordinance is a legislative vehicle that allows for the expenditure of funds throughout the city. The ordinance reflects city council's plans for expenditures and sets the total property tax millage rate at 17.5323 to fund those expenditures. The appropriations ordinance was introduced at the April 8th city council meeting, and the ordinance before you includes the approved amendments from the April 22nd budget workshop. At this time, we respectfully request the mayor and city council for approval of the proposed budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Varney. This time I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this? If not, I will close the public hearing, and council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mr. Radke.
Resolved to adopt the annual appropriations ordinance for the 2025-26 fiscal year as amended with the following property tax millage rates. 9.4940 mils for operations, 1.2462 mils for refuse collection, 2.5803 mils for police and fire pensions, 2.3542 mils for safe streets, 0.9137 mils for recreating recreation, and 0.9439 mils for pathway to play and preservation, for a total property tax levy of 17.5323 mils.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say how proud I am of this budget. I think that we had some very good discussions and we came together. I'm very excited to see pathway to play and preservation take effect. I think there's a lot of great things coming down the pipe for Sterling Heights, and I'm proud that this budget is still the lowest for a full-service city in the county and arguably one of the lowest in the state for a full-service city. So I'm proud to support this budget. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Ms. Varney. So, Ms. Varney, the pathway to play and preservation amount, the $45 million, that we don't have that money currently, do we?
No, we will start collecting the millage July 1st, but as we've discussed, there will be about $40 million bonded, and the expenditures related to those bonded funds are included in this budget.
So when we bond, then we will have the money to pay for it. So one of your last slides, by the way, showed all the things that it's going to pay for, but we won't be able to pay for those things until we borrow the money, correct?
The bulk of it, correct.
Yeah, okay.
But we've started on the projects, we're doing engineering and those kinds of things. But yeah, in order to, and it won't all be probably spent in 1 year either. But yeah, the money for the pickleball court, Rotary Park, the nature reserve trail will come from the bonded funds. That then the millage will be used to pay the payment on the bond.
And how much is the payment on the bonds?
It was approximately, again, we haven't issued them yet, but I'm estimating $3.6 million.
A year for how many years?
15 years.
And so how much interest are we paying? Do you know that number? How much interest are we paying?
I mean, I estimated it at 4%. Off the top of my head, I don't know the dollar amount of that, but until we issue the bonds, I won't know for sure. But when I calculated the payment, I estimated a 4% interest rate.
Okay, so, but we don't know how much we're paying in interest.
I mean, I have that in a spreadsheet. I don't have it.
You don't have a
I
spreadsheet?
don't have it
Anthea?
handy
Oh, my
at this
goodness.
moment.
And so that's, how much are we going to issue in bonds? 40 million?
I'm estimating 40 million, but the actual number will be based when we have that's why we've started the engineering to get estimates, good estimates of the projects, which is what we'll need to bond the money, to borrow the money.
Okay, so we may borrow 40 million, which we'll pay interest on over a 15-year period?
Yeah, so I just did 3.6 million times 15 years comes out to 54 million. So approximately 14 million in interest based on that ballpark.
In interest. And then potentially within the next few years, we also may issue bonds for Lakeside?
That is the plan, yes,
And somewhere between 40 and 45 million.
correct?
So if, say that's 3 years down the road, how much money will we, if we borrow 40 million, 3 years down the road, we'll owe how much on the PPP millage?
I'm sorry, you mean like how much will the principal
well,
have
so-
gone down by then?
Yeah. We borrow 40 million, we're paying interest, so it's, okay, all right, that's good enough. It's a lot of money.
Sure, but again, we have the millage is to, we have the millage to make the payments, and it's really the only way to get large projects done in a reasonable amount of time.
Large projects meaning, are you
A
talking?
pickleball complex, a park renovation. I mean, the millage collects $5.6 million, so if you didn't bond the money, you'd basically maybe be able to do one project every 3 to 5 years. I mean,
I guess, maybe.
but also the cost would go up during that time period, probably more than 4%. So your $10 million. Your
Maybe.
$10 million pickleball complex might be $15 million in 5 years.
Maybe. The economy might be so bad that we can't do anything, so, so this is, $10 million pickleball. I'm glad people love to play pickleball. Our pickleball courts are very busy. $10 million for a pickleball court. And on top of that, we're going to borrow the money and pay interest on that. I don't know that that's a good expenditure of our dollars. I'm glad that people use our parks and recreation, that we have a great parks program, all that, but this is a lot of debt. I know that there's, we're way underneath the cap, but the fact of the matter is, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of debt. The future of the economy is unknown, and that's money we have to pay back, correct, Mrs. Varney?
Of course, yeah.
We got
have
to pay that
it
money back. So, look, this budget, like every budget, has a lot of good in it, a lot of good. But this debt on the Parks and Recreation, the PPP millage, is weighing heavily on me, and especially when you put it in conjunction with the debt that we're going to take on with Lakeside Mall, and just the unknown of what the economy is going to be like in a few years, or maybe even next year, or maybe 6 months from now. I honestly haven't made a decision yet on how I'm going to vote on this. This is, I think, borrowing this money so we can build a $10 million pickleball court. This is not like, we need the money to renovate Fire Station 5. We need the money to buy a fire truck. Those are important things that everybody gets to use. The other, these other things are niceties to have, but to go into debt just because we want to get all these projects done in a very short amount of time, even though this is visioning 2040, which is 15 years from now. And I know you can say, well, the costs may go up, and so it may end up costing more, but, we're talking $15 million in interest payments. And I haven't seen a spreadsheet that says, yes, over a 15-year period, it'll cost us $20 or $30 million as opposed to the $15 million. I don't know that it's going to cost us any more than the $15 million in interest payments. So I'm just going to leave it there. I'll listen to what other people have to say, and I guess I'll make my decision during roll call. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Zarko.
Just briefly, because it's been brought up, would you explain the Lakeside, the bonding for Lakeside, and how the residents are not going to be paying for that bond? They will not see an item on, or a line item on their tax bill for Lakeside. And I think it's important to know that the residents are not paying for Lakeside.
Ms. Varney.
Yeah, so the Lakeside bond would be paid through tax increment financing from the Lakeside development. So how that works is the Lakeside property has a taxable value right now of a certain dollar amount. As it's developed, the increase in taxable value will be captured through a brownfield and/or a CIA. So the money we capture from that growth in value is what will be used to pay the bond payments. And through Mr. Koszybski's agreement, there's also a lot of protections in case the taxable value is not enough to pay the bond payment. There's a special assessment, there's a letter of credit. So the city is very well protected, and we won't even issue the bonds until certain milestones are met in the development. But the bond payment is not from general fund, it is from the growth in the taxable value of the lakeside development. So the taxes that are captured, if Lakeside wasn't developed, those taxes wouldn't even exist. Because there would, and if nothing was built there, the taxable value would continue to decrease. But, so no, there'll be no line item on the tax bill. And again, our debt is, again, we are well below our legal limit, which I think is important. But as I've said many times, what I think is more important is that almost all of our debt, except for $3 million, there's only $3 million of our debt payments that come out of the general fund. Every other piece of debt we have has a dedicated funding source. We borrowed money to build the Recreating Recreations initiatives. Again, we have a millage that pays that debt. This debt will be paid from the PPP millage that the voters, we can't do anything else with that money other than what the voters voted on. They voted for a pickleball court, a nature preserve trail, Rotary Park improvements, trees, sidewalks. That's what we have to do with that money. And the millage, when we presented it, we were clear that we were going to bond to build those projects. So Mr. Koszybski can correct me, but I think that we would be going against our word if we did not bond to build those projects, and we didn't build the projects that we said we were going to build as part of the millage.
Okay, thank you. And I guess you've pretty much led me into what I want to say is that this is voter approved. This is something that the residents wanted. It's something that we promised them that we would deliver. So, and I really think in this particular budget, there's a little bit of something that we've all been asking for, and it's happening. Whether it be resource officers, whether it be the sidewalks, whether it, so it doesn't matter. It's like, it's in this budget, and it was a compromise, you know, as we came here and we had our discussions. I'm proud of the work that we did, but most of all is first of all, when I traveled all over the state for MML, the one thing that people would ask me is, how do you get residents to raise their taxes? Because that's what it amounts to when it comes to the millages. Residents are raising their own taxes. How did you do it not once but twice? So now they're asking me, how did you do it 3 times? Well, first of all, we have to educate the public on what we are going to use the money for. And then we have to keep our promise. After they've passed it, we have to keep the promises that way made, that this is how we're going to use your money. And I think that's what we need to do here too, is we've made promises to the residents and we have to keep those promises, or else we can't use the money for anything else. So we were specific about how we were going to use it, and I'm going to be faithful to the residents. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Just briefly, I just have a comment. You know, everybody gets their tax bill and they go, oh my God, taxes are so high. I think what people fail to really look at when they see that tax bill is how much is actually coming to the city. It's 1/3 of that amount. The bulk of mine goes to Warren Consolidated Schools, or Macomb County, or the zoo, or the DIA, or whatever SMART, or whatever other millage is on our tax bills. So paying a third of what my total tax bill is, I think we get a really good bang for our buck here in Sterling Heights. Our water is clean, our garbage is picked up, we are one of the safest communities in the country. We have amazing fire department, we have a DPW above reproach. All of our departments are nothing but top notch, our parks and recs. We can thank our residents for that because Mrs. Zarco's right. The residents have approved a lot of these expenditures, but that big tax bill, a third of it comes to the city, and that's how we pay our bills. And I am really proud of this budget, and I'm in full favor of it. But look at your tax bill, because only a third of it comes to the city. The rest of it goes to other entities, and I think everybody just thinks that whole sum comes to the city, and it does not. So I have nothing further, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Ms. Varney, once again, you said the budget is going to be for 44 or 40 million?
The budget?
In the budget, the amount that we're borrowing, the bonds.
Again, the estimate is approximately 40 million.
Okay, so it will be determined when we actually go out for bonds. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
The estimate is based on what we're estimating the cost of the various project to be. There, if you recall, you did approve a not to exceed amount of 42 million, so that's the most it could possibly be. But right now, we're in the process of having engineers get really good estimates on the various projects. So the actual bond amount will be based on those actual estimates. If it's less than 40 million, we would borrow less than that. So we have to have good estimates to go to market, but you did approve a bond authorizing resolution of a not to exceed amount of 42 million. So that would be the most it could be unless we would have to come back to council if it were more than that.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. We have engineers calculating how much money we're going to need. Now, what projects, again, are going to be bonded? It's going to be the pickleball court, estimated at this point at?
Can I get the slide brought back up downstairs? I think that would help. So yeah, the projects right now, the plan is to bond the pickleball complex, which again, we have estimated at 10 million. The Red Run Park improvements, the portion that would be funded through PPP, we're estimating at 4 million. Rotary Park at 7.5. The Nature Preserve Trail at 3. But then we are also bonding 5 million so we can start our land bank and get some land purchased in the first 3 years. And the sidewalk, about 10 million of sidewalk. So again, we can get a lot of sidewalk done in the first 3 years, which also includes closing every major sidewalk gap in the city. So those are the portions. And then the tree preservation is pay as you go, approximately 600,000 a year. There would be additional land bank and sidewalk pay as you go, like, in the last 10 years. And then, of course, we'd have the annual debt service that would come out of the millage every year.
Well, I was trying to follow you along there.
Okay.
And you kind of lost me there at the end because I had everything covered except the tree preservation. That would be the only thing that would not be bonded.
Well, there's no bonding for trees. And for land and sidewalk, we're bonding a portion so we can get a lot done in the first 3 years. But after that, there would be some more sidewalk and land that would be pay as you go, like in, say, years 5 through 15 of the millage.
So basically what we're doing is we're bonding for the majority of what was included in PPP.
I would say about half. Because we were raising about, the estimate was we were going to raise around $90 million. We're bonding about 40. So with interest, probably about half.
Okay, do we have any idea where this pickleball court is going to go? Do we have any
I'm
property?
going to defer that to Mr. Vanderpool.
Mr. Vanderpool.
I know we have
Thank you, Mayor.
sites that we're
Councilwoman Koski, we
considering.
have talked about this with City Council. We have a site identified. However, we're not in a position to divulge that publicly. We're still going through some negotiations, if you will, with the process.
Okay, so you have something in mind. I basically wanted to let the residents know what we're doing here. If you're going to say we're going to bond 40, 42, 44 million dollars, I think they should be told what we're doing, what it's for, because I took a copy of the ballot question, and I cannot find a word in there that says bonding, borrow, going into debt for. It wasn't mentioned at all. So the only way that the residents know about it is the advertising that we put out, the clipboards that we put at the senior center, at the rec center, at City Hall, the magazines. Some people don't pay attention to that. So I'm just trying to let them know what we're doing, making it transparent. That's all. And that's why I was asking, what's included in this? What is being bonded? What are they going to pay back? What the interest is going to be on that? We're going to have instant, what you voted for all at once within 3 years, correct? Just want to make sure I understand and that the people know, so please correct me if I'm misunderstanding anything. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Koski, and I appreciate that. I think the residents appreciate it. Nothing wrong with having a discussion about what we're doing. It's obviously very timely, given that this is the budget adoption hearing. I would say that we did meet, we did have a meeting, and we had an agenda item, was it a couple months ago, where we authorized the city to go out for this bonding. We talked about it then. We talked about it during the budget process. Couple of thoughts that I have about it and sort of how I arrived at the decision that I'm going to make, which is to vote in favor of this budget. Because I think Councilman Yanez brings up good points about, this is going to raise about $90 million in principal, if you want to call it that. And so I think the concern is, if we raise $90 million in tax payments, but then that 14 million of that is going to debt service, then really the residents are only getting $76 million in projects for their $90 million in investment. But I think there's more to the story than just looking at it in that way. First of all, I think there's an incredible value to the residents by front-loading as many of these projects as we can. I mean, one option is that we make the residents pay for 15 years, and some of these things we can pay as we go, but a lot of them, like the pickleball court, like Rotary Park, like Red Run Park, like the Nature Preserve Trail, like the sidewalks, like the reforestation efforts, like the land banking efforts. Those are things that the residents want to see right now. They want use of those amenities right now. And by bonding for that, we give them the ability to use those amenities right now. So while $14 million in interest payments, it seems like a lot, and it certainly is a lot, the benefit is that you get to use those amenities immediately. You don't have to wait 15 years. I mean, one way of doing it, and certainly my dear friend in the township to the north of us, their mentality is, we will save. If we need to build something that costs $20 million, we will save $2 million for 10 years, and then we will build it. And that's certainly one way of doing it. But for 10 years, you don't have that amenity. You don't have that building. You don't have that service. So I think there's certainly a value to front-loading things and giving the residents the ability to use them now. Secondly, and maybe just as importantly, is the time value of money. In 2025, well, let me say it a different way. $40 million in 2010 would be worth $50 million in 2025. So that means if you built something in 2010 that cost $40 million, to build it now, just based on inflation, would cost $59 million to build it. So if you were to take the money and say, okay, we're just going to collect tax revenue, we're going to collect, this was at $5.6 million a year roughly, and we'll use some for the sidewalks, we'll use some for the trees, we'll use some for the land bank, but the vast majority of it will just accumulate that, and we can't take that money and go invest it in the stock market. We'll take that money, we'll just park it in an account, and then after 15 years, we'll have $54 million, and then we'll build a pickleball facility, and we'll do the sidewalks, and we'll do the Rotary Park. Well, there's 15 years where the residents don't have those amenities, and it'll cost $60 million. So in the end, if inflation remains similar to what it's had been historically over the last 15 years, based on the time value of money, it's pretty close to a wash. So even though we're front-loading and paying interest, when we pay, what's that debt service? The $3.5 million a year?
Approximately.
When we pay $3.5 million in 2039, that $3.5 million in 2039 is going to be the equivalent of $2.5 million or less in 2025. So you're getting a lot more value for your payment then. It's no different than buying a house. If you bought a house in 1996 and you got a 30-year mortgage and your payment is $1,000 a month, the $1,000 in 2025 is worth a lot less than $1,000 in 1996. So you took out that mortgage, and $1,000 in 1996 might be worth $2,500 or $3,000 now. So there's a value to front-loading these things and buying it with the expectation that inflation is going to continue to rise for the next 15 years. So from a financial standpoint, I don't think it's as big of an issue as it may seem, because the time value of money and the front-loading of these amenities so that our residents can get use of them now, I think is really a benefit. And so I think it's a smart way of doing it. It's not a risky way of doing it. Again, it's been said tonight, but I want to make it clear to residents, when we go out and we bond, it's not like we've never, in the 15 years I've been on council, I can't remember a single time where went out and bonded and said, we're going to bond for something that's going to cost us $1 million, $2 million, $3 million a year in payments that we're just going to have to figure out. We're going to have to make cuts somewhere else. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to pay for this. As Ms. Varney said, these are almost entirely tied to dedicated funding sources so that we know that we're going to get those payments. It's very, it's a conservative investment in that regard, and I think it's a wise investment. So that's how I look at the issue, and that's how I analyze it, and I think it's a good financial move. And just in terms of the budget, again, I want to thank Ms. Varney, Mr. Vanderpool, the entire administrative team, all the department heads, all the employees who put time and energy into determining what the priorities were for their departments. This budget really, I think, is a great budget that prioritizes public safety, prioritizes quality of life initiatives, and keeps the city moving forward. So I will be voting yes. And
Mr. Mayor.
Well, do you need to stall for more time to figure out what to do?
I need to stall for, no, I don't need to stall.
Go ahead, Mr. Yannis.
No, look, I think that there's a misconception about TIFs. And I want to talk very quickly about that because it applies to what we're talking about right here. You know, first of all budgets have something for everybody. They just do. And, you know, that's why they generally pass because, you know, I've got my favorite thing. We got a $2 million ladder truck in the budget. Well, you know, we got a 20-year-old ladder truck that needs to be replaced, and I want to see it replaced. And there's a lot of good stuff in this budget, right? But there's also, I also have a concern. One of my biggest concerns is transparency, especially when we take on debt. And as my colleague here just mentioned, there was nothing, when you went to vote, the 100-word voting language, there was nothing in there that said, and, oh, by the way, if you vote yes, you'll create $40 million in debt. I mean, this thing passed by 700 and some odd votes. And you wonder how many people, if they saw that this was going to create debt, would have voted yes for it. I don't know that because the wording wasn't in there. But certainly people knew that if this passed, there would be bonds issued and debt taken on. But the voters didn't know that. The voters certainly didn't know that. So through the chair to Ms. Varney, and I'm so sorry you're in the hot seat.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. So the Lakeside project is in what's known as a TIF, right? Tax increment financing, and we have an authority that will spend that money, correct?
Yeah, there's a Lakeside CIA
Yes.
that's been
CIA.
created, correct? Yep.
And if the TIF or the CIA did not exist, where would all those tax dollars go?
I mean, if there was no TIF, then the tax dollars would go to the various taxing authorities. However, in my opinion, if there was no TIF, there would be no development because the developers would.
But that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
That's neither here nor there. I mean, Mr. Oh geez, I just drew a blank. Mr. Gallo just built the apartment complex there down Shaner and Hall Road, right? And so he's paying property taxes, and where do those property taxes go?
Again, to the various city, county, schools.
Right, they go to the general fund,
Sure.
they go to all the other things, right? And now that we have this TIF, there's a baseline for the property tax you pay, and the incremental increases will now go into the TIF. Correct? And the authority of that TIF will spend that money as they see fit.
Well,
They obviously got to pay their debt.
we have to pay the debt.
Yes.
And then, yeah, I mean, theoretically, yes.
And if the TIF didn't exist, it would go into the general fund, and we would pay the debt if we issued bonds, right? All that money, the point I'm getting is, all that money is taxable money. That's taxpayer money. It's just a matter of whether we pay or the authority pays, correct?
Yeah, it's taxpayer money.
It's taxpayer
But again,
money.
the whole theory of TIFs is that the development wouldn't exist because it's like
Well, I
they
guess.
need the incentive to build the development. So if it didn't exist, there would be no taxes.
Maybe not. There's a lot of variables
Sure.
as to why somebody may or may not build over at Lakeside. And so all the money that's captured includes millages, correct?
Yes.
Like Safe Streets millage, which when the voters approved that was money that was going to police, to fully fund police, fire, and roads, correct?
Yeah, all millages are captured
All
except
millages.
for debt millages. Like if you have a true debt millage that's calculated to pay a debt payment, like we used to have, we don't have one of those now, but no, all millages are captured. So again, the city millages are captured, but it usually ends up being about 30% of the total capture. So the majority of the money that goes to the authority, which again can also be spent on, for example, improving the roads in the Lakeside District, which would be a city expense. The money that's captured can be used towards that. Like in the LDFA, we've used it to improve Brentwood Drive, for example, which if not for the LDFA would have been a city expense. So we were able to leverage other taxes to help with those costs. So I mean, it's a complicated formula, but.
But so, the money from the Safe Streets millage, may not necessarily go to police and the fire department, right? It
I mean,
depends
the
on how.
vast majority, I think the total capture is a couple percent of all the, but again, we capture safe streets and general operating, but then we also are able to get additional funding for the authorities in the county, the school, all the millages, and so it ends up being, about a 200% return, I guess, on our captured money.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, 200% return. But the point is that when we talk about keeping our promises, and we tell people if you vote for this Safe Streets millage for police and fire, not necessarily all that money goes to police and fire because it's captured, and the authority can spend it any way they want to, as long as it goes to that project, correct? Yes, the answer is yes. Okay, sorry. And so this is not a magic pool of money that just shows up, or this tax capture. It's sure it's not a line item on your taxes, but it's your tax dollars. It's the tax dollars that go to, if the TIF didn't exist, it would go to pay for police cars and fire trucks and volleyballs and pickleballs and all kinds of stuff, but it is being captured. And a lot of the tax dollars that are being captured, or at least some of the tax dollars that are being captured, are voter-approved millages that the voters said, yes, I want this money to go to this, but it's not all going to that item. And you have to understand that. So this idea that, all this money is going to be captured and the taxpayers won't see any of it on their bill, we don't know exactly how Lakeside's all going to play out. Hopefully, it plays out just the way the experts tell us it's going to play out, and the taxpayers will never see a bill, and it will all be captured from property taxes built within the Lakeside District. But we don't know that. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what the economy is going to look like. We don't even know if people are going to want to build because of the cost of building, the cost of borrowing money, trying to find enough people to build these projects. So, this idea that we're giving the people what they promise, I will say this. I don't think that any of the voters knew that this was going to create debt when they voted for it. They just saw the really nice pictures of people laying in the park eating sandwiches and playing pickleball and walking through pathways through the forest. They didn't know it was going to create debt. And I still think that, that we haven't been as honest and transparent as we probably should have been, especially when it comes to PPP. But I think that, this idea that this Lakeside money is somehow not like part of the city is simply not true. TIF dollars are tax dollars. Simple as that. It's just a different authority spending them. It's not city council. It's an authority that we approve, by the way. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. This is
Okay, I want to. Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I just want to make something clear, that this budget has nothing to do with Lakeside Mall.
That is
It
correct.
has nothing to do with the redevelopment of Lakeside Mall. It has nothing to do with the TIF district at Lakeside Mall. So I think there's a conflation of issues here that I don't really quite understand, but we can debate and argue it all we want, but the TIF for Lakeside, the only thing I'll say is the TIF for Lakeside is estimated to generate something like $100 million. And there is no possible way that the developer is going to say, I can barely make this project work with a $100 million incentive. I'll do it without the incentive anyways. They're not going to do it. They're just not. We'll get a development at Lakeside. We'll get something. We probably won't get anything near what's being proposed. And so I think it's a fallacy to say that that's neither here nor there. It's here and it is there. It's a reality that when you're doing a $1 billion deal, there are plenty of incentives that the developers want. And this is a state incentive. This is an incentive that's allowable under state law. It's a creature of state law, and the developer wants to take advantage of it. And it's the same sort of thing. as I said about the pathways millage, is that by the city being able to bond at a lower interest rate and invest in the infrastructure there, that's enticing the developer to do the deal. And, but again, this really has nothing to do with this budget. One final thing I'll say is, look, every resident can make up their own mind about whether the city was misleading or not. I don't think the city was misleading at all. I think that the city was very clear that these are the projects that you're going to get, and you're not getting fewer projects because we have to make interest payments. You're not getting smaller projects because we have to make interest payments. You're getting exactly what we promised you were going to be getting. And you're going to be getting it almost immediately. You know, you're going to be getting it over the next 2 to 3 years rather than waiting 15 years. And again, if we waited 15 years to build these projects, we probably wouldn't even have enough money to build the way we're building now. So you wait 15 years, inflation compounds year after year after year. The money that we have saved up in 15 years isn't even enough to build the buildings that we're proposing to build right now. So tell me how that's a benefit to the taxpayers. Tell me how that's delivering to the taxpayers what they expected. When they went and voted, and yet passed by 700 votes, but you know what? This millage passed by more than President Trump's landslide, historic, massive, biggest victory in the history of the Electoral College, according to him. So if this was if this was barely passing, I mean, sure, it passed by a slim margin, but it passed. And the people who voted on it expected, I think, that we would start working on these projects and give them what they voted on. And so I'm proud that this budget does that. Okay, round two. Who's next?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Briefly, through the chair to Mrs. Varney. When I wasn't on this council then, when recreating recreation was passed, we bonded for the projects there, correct?
Correct.
And that was what the voters expected us to do, to get things like the community center, which stands across the street now.
I assume so, because if we wouldn't have bonded, we would probably still be waiting for a community center.
Okay. I guess the one thing I'll say, and Mr. Mayor took some of my thunder, I resent the idea that the residents didn't know what they were doing. They saw what they got through recreating recreation. This is almost an extension of recreating recreation, pathways to play and preservation. And I think that it almost says the voters are stupid, that the majority, and President Trump didn't receive a majority in this country, but the majority of voters in the city of Sterling Heights vote in favor of pathways to play and preservation. And now I see a filibuster at the budget hearing to essentially deny them the thing that they voted on. Talk about not doing what the voters want. I think it's crazy. I think the voters voted for this. And, you know, in America, you can vote however you want. You can make the dumbest decision in the world. I think they do it all the time. It is what it is. But voters voted, and it's our job to carry out their wishes. So I am proud to vote on this budget. I'm proud to support these projects. I think people are going to be just in awe of how these are going to come off. And I guess, you know, Mrs. Zarko made a point earlier, you know, they do. People come to us and they say, how do you get voters to pass these things? It's because we do what we tell you we're going to do. And we're going to put the projects that we say that are on the ballot, we're going to build them. And that's why voters keep on voting for these projects. A slim minority in this town seems to think that they know better than the voters. They don't. The voters decided we're going to do this. I'm proud to vote for this. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Zarko.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mr. Koszewski. Mr. Koszewski, I think, first of all, I'm not going to bring up Lakeside. I think that's way off topic tonight. It has nothing to do with what we're voting on.
Thank you.
All right, but the only question that I do have is, throughout the process, we followed state guidelines, correct? I mean, we didn't make up things or ordinances that these people could do with developing this. Whatever was set in place was done by the state, and why wouldn't you want to take advantage of everything the state was telling you you could do to save money? So through the chair, that's all I want to know.
Mr. Koszewski.
So you are bringing up Lakeside?
I guess I am.
Okay.
Well, because, you know, it was brought up, and
Thank you, Mayor.
it's a shame that it's being brought up because it has nothing to do with what we're voting on tonight.
Yes, actually, Councilwoman Zarko, you're right. There's state legislation that allows for what is called transformational brownfield, which is what the developer is going for, and that is going to allow them to collect certain taxes, the vast majority of which are not city tax. It's actually going to be sales tax, use tax, employment tax, things that the state has said we want these developments to be able to use for purposes of redevelopment. It's state legislation. It was intended for this purpose. It's been used in several areas, downtown Detroit, for example. You probably saw the state of the city there. There is new legislation that is going through to refund it for the next cycle. It is exactly that. It is a state law that has been passed to provide these incentives for mega projects like Lakeside. Just is.
And I have to be honest with you, I don't know of a legislator that's serving now or before that wanted to take this away from developers. So that's what I'm saying. If it was so horrible, why didn't somebody take it off the books then? So to me, I'm going to wait. But I know what I'm doing. I just think that we didn't have to have this discussion the way we did tonight.
Mr. Mayor, just, I don't want to,
I'll give you like the
no
briefest
more
amount,
debate,
this is their third time.
I know, but Mr. Radke alluded that I called the voters stupid, and I did not call the voters stupid. I think maybe some of them were, a lot of them were unaware of creating the debt, but I did not call the voters stupid. That's something that other people up here, a term that other people up here use. And just a real follow-up. So I was in the House. I voted for transformational brownfield. So thank you for the education and the lecture on transformational brownfield. But it's not just payroll taxes. It's also property taxes. Also property taxes that if there wasn't a TIF, would go to the general fund. Okay, we're done with that. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote.
Anyone else, council? Going once, going twice, closed. Okay, all those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, would you have divide the House, have a roll call vote?
Yeah, we'll have a roll call vote. Mrs. Riska, roll call vote.
Sure. Mrs. Kosky?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski, Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanes?
No.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-1, and our budget is adopted. Thank you, Mrs. Varney, and everyone else. All right, we'll move on to the next item tonight, which is an ordinance introduction. This is to consider introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-19 of the City Code to conform the listing of administrative officers to the confirmed administrative code and plan with a presentation from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just by way of background, the city charter requires that the city have an administrative code and plan on file at all times, and we always do. Periodically, the administrative code and plan has to be updated and revised because of various organizational restructuring, positions that change in nature, evolve, they have duties added and deleted and so on and so forth. So every few years we update this plan. It comes before the city council. There's two parts to it. There's the plan itself, and then there's an ordinance adopting the plan. So the plan pertains to administrative officer positions, not all positions in the organization. The charter only speaks to administrative officer positions. So I'm going to summarize briefly the changes that are before you this evening. Again, you've seen this over your time on city council. We've been doing this for 60 years since we became a city. I would estimate my time frame, we probably had about 5 or 6 of these amendments. There's two major areas of the plan before you this evening that are being updated. The first one pertains to new administrative officer positions, and the second part that I'll discuss pertains to the division and deletion of administrative officer positions. So let me start with the addition. There are 5 new administrative officer positions that have been added over the years. These have already been approved by City Council. They've already been budgeted, and in many cases, the positions are already in place. The first one is the Assistant Finance and Budget Director position. That's held by Nick Mackey. The second is the finance manager. That position's under recruitment. The third is a deputy clerk. That's held by Chelsea May. The fourth is a marketing and communications manager position held by Marissa Russo. And the last is the assistant city planner held by Sean Keenan. So those are the 5 new administrative officer positions added over recent years. Now let me talk a little bit about the division and deletion of some officer positions. The former combined position of assistant city manager / human resources director is being divided into 2 separate administrative officer positions, being the assistant city manager held by Dale Wojciechowski and the other Haley Bradley, and human resources director. So those positions are now standalone. The former combined position of purchasing and facilities maintenance manager is being divided into separate administrative officer positions of facility maintenance manager, which is held by Todd Markovis, and the purchasing manager, Eric Skirta. Again, you'll recall that in the past, these positions were combined. The former administrative officer position of human resources and benefits manager is being eliminated from the administrative code and plan, and this position is no longer needed nor being filled, of course. It should be noted that the 26 administrative officers under this new plan is still below the 27 administrative officers provided for under the administrative code and plan approved just prior to the Great Recession. So there hasn't been any net increase, if you will, in these positions. The reorganization aligns with the City Council's long-term objective of developing depth and talent at this level of the municipal organization to ensure there are qualified professionals to succeed a director upon separation from employment. The proposed administrative code and plan also reflects minor amendments to core job duties necessitated by changes in departmental operations, technology implementation, service delivery, and so on since the code was last amended. And Mayor, with all that in mind, I respectfully request that the Mayor and Council approve the administrative code before you this evening and the required ordinance amendment as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Not, Council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Resolved to confirm the administrative code and plan effective May 6th, 2025.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Schmidt?
Mayor Taylor, just briefly, this has all been explained. It's a matter of updating our paperwork, and these are not new positions. They're already filled and budgeted, so I'm very comfortable with just this update.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanez.
Thank you. I'm fine with this, with one exception. On our administrative organizational plan, it shows a contractor, Luke Bonner, under city administration, and I object to that. I don't know why we would have a non-employee on our organization chart. And I don't care that, if he reports to the city manager, great and fine. I'm not sure why, other than the city attorney who should be on there, because by charter, we have to have a city attorney. We don't have to have an economic development guy. So I'm not sure why Mr. Bonner is on our chart. Maybe through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, if you want to respond.
Well,
I'll let you respond.
Mr. Vanderpool, and could you clarify, Mr. Koszubski does not work for the city manager. Mr. Koszubski works for the city council. But in terms of Mr. Bonner's inclusion, Mr. Vanderpool, any response?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Yanez, the organizational chart is not directly related to the action you're taking tonight. You're approving the administrative officer plan, organizational plan. You're correct in saying that the economic development advisor is not an administrative officer But there are other positions on the org chart as well that do not necessarily pertain to the administrative officers, including the city attorney. So I appreciate your question, but it's simply an org chart.
These are all employees, though. Mr. Bonner's not an employee, he's a contractor. And that's what I object to. I mean, again, I don't care if he reports as a city manager, business as usual, but, I mean, then let's put Hubble, Roth, and Clark under the city engineer. It's unseemly. We shouldn't have contractors as part of the organizational chart. I would like to see this removed.
Well, just another clarification too, the city attorney is in essence a contract employee, and they're part of the organizational chart, so.
Because
we do have
by
contractual
charter,
services.
we have to have one. Oh, God, okay. Now, okay, I'm all set, Mr. Mayor. I am going to support this. I'm all set. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, I'm not sure why there's any confusion or, we've had in the past, we've had police chiefs in the past who have retired and then been hired back on a contract basis, and they are still at the head of the organizational chart. So, for the police department at least. So I don't see it as a big issue. I think everybody kind of understands Mr. Bonner's role here, and I'm comfortable with it. So council with no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We have a second suggested action here. Mr. Schmidt?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Resolved to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, subsection 2-19 of the City Code to conform the listing of administrative officers to the confirmed administrative code and plan.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No.
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next up is another ordinance introduction. This is to consider introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 5, Sections 2-175 and 2-177 of the City Code to comply with the Michigan Earned Sick Time Act as amended by Public Act 2 of 2025. And for this, we have a presentation from our Human Resources Director, Kate Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Koszewski. With me this evening, I have a subject matter expert, Beth Young, who is very well versed in the Earned Sick Time Act that was recently passed. So we're going to go through some background, some provisions of ESTA, and then a quick overview of the proposed amendments. The Paid Medical Leave Act, or ESTA, started as the Paid Medical Leave Act and was effective March 29th in 2019. This was enacted in response to a voter-initiated legislation providing Michigan workers with sick time for personal or family health needs. The Michigan legislature adopted the voter initiative during the 2018 to 2019 legislative session, but amended it to reduce sick leave requirements. Subsequent litigation challenged the legislature's adopt and amend method approach, and in July of 2024, the Michigan Supreme Court ruled that this approach was unconstitutional. And this paved the way for the voter-initiated provisions to take effect in February of this year. The Earned Sick Time Act, with amendments, did take effect February 21st of 2025 and required employers to provide employees with paid sick leave that more closely resembled the requirements in the voter-initiated legislation. We're here to talk about employees of the 41A District Court, specifically the ordinance employees, and they have established benefits payable for employees that include the magistrate, the court administrator, deputy court administrator, court officers, reporters, probationary officers, and a limited number of benefits are provided to the judges. These benefits are codified within Chapter 2, Article 5 of the City Code. Section 2-175 specifically governs the granting of sick leave to employees that are hired before September 1st of 2022. Section 2-177 provides PTO benefits to those hired after August 31st, 2022, and that's in lieu of sick leave. So basically you have two buckets of employees. You have individuals who are eligible for what we call the traditional banks of time that have the sick bank. Those are the ones that are hired before that September 1st, 2022 date. And then those hired after have now a paid time off benefit or PTO afforded to them. So now we're going to talk through some of the provisions that ESTA requires. Earning sick time. Eligible employees will either accrue 1 hour of earned sick time for every 30 hours worked. That's for the sick leave individuals. Or have earned sick time credited or front-loaded at the rate of 1 hour for every 30 worked. And that's at the start of the benefit year. So this would be upon their hire date and then thereafter on their anniversary date. So this is for the PTO individuals. Carry forward of unused sick time, ESTA requires that those who accrue sick time, so those sick time individuals, they have to be allowed to carry forward unused sick time up to a statutory maximum into a new benefit year. For employees who are front-loaded time, such as the PTO, there is no requirement to allow carry forward. Payout of earned but unused sick time. ESTA does not require employees to pay out earned but unused sick time when an employee separates their employment, unless it's required by policy or collective bargaining agreement. If a separation occurs, a former employee's balance is required to be restored if the reemployment occurs within 2 months of that separation date. There's also some notice requirements, so if the need for earned sick time is foreseeable, we may require advance notice not to exceed 7 days before that sick time is anticipated to begin. If the need for earned sick time is not foreseeable, an employer may require the employee to give notice of the intention to use it as soon as practicable. Documentation requirements. Employers are not authorized to require documentation that earned sick time has been used for permissible purpose, until after 3 consecutive days of leave. So in short, if an employee is gone for 3 days or less, we cannot require documentation. And if we do request it after 3 consecutive days, and the employee does incur a cost for collecting that documentation, then we're subject to having to pay that cost. So the Earned Sick Time Act provisions qualifying uses of earned sick time. Some examples include to care for or seek treatment for one's own or a family member's physical or mental illness, health condition, or injury, attending meetings at a child's school to address health needs, disability, to address the closure of one's workplace or a child's school, to address issues arising from acts of violence, assault, or sexual assault. Definition of family member has also been expanded. I won't read this full list, but the expansion now includes an individual who stood in place for a parent when the eligible employee was a minor, domestic partner, committed relationship, or individuals related by blood or whose close relationship with the employee is equivalent of a family one. So the amendments that are being proposed to comply with ESTA for Section 2-175 for the sick leave individuals. Currently, sick leave is accrued at 1 day per full month of work, so they can accrue 12 days. And a maximum accumulation of sick leave is capped at 19 days, so if they carry over any sick leave from year to year, so their cap is at 19 days. ESTA requires that those who are eligible for sick leave to be allowed to carry over that unused time up to that allowable maximum. And based on the hours that the court employees work, that maximum is 10 days. So the proposed text amendments to the maximum accumulation account for the 12 sick days that they accrue, plus the carry forward of the 10 days ESTA protected sick days. So that now totals a maximum of 22 days. The other text amendments proposed to this section are related to the required administration that I just covered. The amendments to Section 2-177 for PTO. Currently, PTO is front-loaded, and employees can carry over up to 7 days into a new year. Because there's no requirement under ESTA that we allow carry forward for that front-loaded time, the language currently right now complies. And then currently PTO can be utilized for any circumstance. And because there's no limitations on the reasons for use of PTO, again, the existing language is already compliant. So the proposed text amendments in this section address the notice and documentation requirements for the use of PTO. So ESTA is has been quite cumbersome to navigate, and this was a good exercise, I'll say, to go through with Beth and her expertise. The ordinance employees is one that we had to tackle, obviously, in this route. We are currently already in compliance with ESTA. We've been administering ESTA accordingly with the ordinance employees and then also with our non-unionized employees. And so that concludes our presentation. Thank you. We're here for questions.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Not, council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko.
resolve to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 5, Sections 2 through 175 and, or I'm sorry, 2-175 and 2-177 of the City Code to comply with the Michigan Earned Sick Time Act as amended by Public Act 2 of 2025.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Well, I have to say that following this act, I think that all of us, thank you, Mayor Taylor, through the process and the meetings and this is the most complicated act that I think has ever been brought before us. And I have to thank, first of all, administration, I have to thank Mrs. Baldwin. It was hard to navigate. And not only that is because of the lawsuit in between and it had to, you had to make the changes by a certain date. So I guess my only question would be, through the chair, to probably Mr. Koszewski, can this, okay, if the state changes this, then we're going to have to change this all over again because they have the ability to make the changes now because they've reached all of the guidelines to pass it to begin with, through the chair.
Mr. Koszewski.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, yes, I mean, if the state law changes, we'll have to modify it with state law. So it's a simple answer, but yes.
Yeah, because it was passed to get it through the deadline. And with the intention was that they can always go back and change it. So that means we might have to go back and change it. But I didn't think that that ESTA took effect until after our union contracts expired. Is that still the case, through the chair? Or who wants to answer?
Ms. Baldwin.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sarko. So, yes, so we do have to address ESTA upon the expiration of the collective bargaining agreements.
Right. So the ordinance will be in place to do that, correct?
So the ordinance language this is memorialized to address how the sick time accrual is earned because they have different working hours, and so the language might reflect a little differently through the collective bargaining agreements, but yes, it'll be similar in nature.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Zarko. Anyone else? If not, council, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, next up tonight is an ordinance introduction. This is to consider introduction of a map amendment to zoning ordinance number 278 to conditionally rezone property situated on the northwest corner of Canal Road and Shana Road in Section 1 from C2 Planned Comparison District to C3 General Business District for the purpose of developing an automobile wash establishment, case number PZ 25-0002, with a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, and Mr. Koszewski. We have for you this evening case PZ 25-0002. This is at 43611 Shaner at the northwest corner of Canal Road and Shaner Road. For the purpose of rezoning the property for an L-Car Wash automobile wash establishment. So, this is the subject property. It is the very northwest corner of that intersection. The applicant, which is Nottingham Commercial LLC, the owner of the larger plaza, is proposing to rezone the parcel on this corner from C2, which is your planned comparison district, to C3 General Business District. Applicant would develop the site according to the conditional rezoning agreement, which is home to a former CVS and are proposing to be developed with an El Car Wash automobile wash establishment. The site in size is 2.34 acres. Applicants proposing to demolish the existing structure for the purpose of constructing about a 4,500 square foot automobile wash. We'll have 3 stacking lanes, and then there's an attached enclosed vacuum structure approximately 10,000 square feet in size that will have vacuums inside of it, and then an additional 26 vacuum spaces under a canopy that are located outside. Office of Planning is recommending denial of this project. The Planning Commission concurred by unanimously recommending denial to the City Council. So here is the subject parcel. You'll see here on the corner. It is just north of one of our district nodes. You'll see in our next item, we are proposing to extend that to the north, which is item 8D on your agenda this evening. It is also to the west of what is the Lakeside Village overlay. It is located in the Lakeside Village corridor, or Lakeside City Center Corridor Improvement Authority area. Here's the current view from the public right-of-way. These are the Google Map images of it. So you'll see this is kind of if you're at the very corner looking onto the site. This is if you were on Shaner going south, the only proposed means of egress now going into the site should the proposed site plan be approved. So this would be where you turn in and enter into the automobile wash. The site historically was developed all together, which is what the C2 zoning district kind of is designed for. It's a comprehensive development, which was a former Farmer Jack. Now you'll see as a Kroger. There's inline retail development here. This is a 2 drive-through fast food restaurant, one of which is vacant, one is an Arby's. And then this parcel on the corner was developed as the CVS. You'll notice that because of the parcel lines here, parking islands, and shared kind of parking drive facility here, this site was developed for having connectivity throughout all of the commercial uses. C2 zoning basically says you have to have 8 or more acres developed contiguously so that they kind of facilitate and build off of each other, which is what this corner was originally intended for. Construction was completed on the CVS in 2004. Plaza itself has 579 parking spaces. An estimated 111 of them are on the CVS parcel. So here's the proposed project site plan. It is here for about 4,600 square foot enclosed automobile wash, fairly typical for what you see in a modern car wash. Here are your pay stations, and then this is enclosed vacuum facilities. So you can come in here and pull in, or come around and then pull out this way, and in different types of weather control, have this covered building to vacuum and clean your car out. The rest here are awninged vacuum spaces that are intended for use for members of the car wash. Applicant has proposed one walk from the public right-of-way of Shaner. Office of Planning believes that there is the potential for this to play an interaction between civilians walking from the public right-of-way, if you're an employee, or using it to get into the plaza, with vehicles exiting the car wash here, because it's about probably 40 feet away on that turn. So it does cross the drive aisle access there. The applicant is also proposing a 416 square foot public plaza area that'll be at the corner at the intersection of Canal and Shaner. So here's the full site plan. We'll talk about shared parking in a little bit because that's kind of a big part of this development overall. But this is what it would look like superimposed onto the corner here. They are eliminating about half of these parking rows, and then this will turn into a drive aisle. The site here is completely inaccessible unless you go up and around into here, or come in from Shaner Road, whereas you previously had opportunity to go through the corner at various means of access. The stacking spaces will then separate everything from here. There are proposed drive aisles in the front yard. The landscaping plan accommodates for that and does allow for that by having shrubs planted every 30 inches. So because this is a conditional rezoning, the applicant can offer conditions in writing for review in the conditional rezoning agreement for City Council. The applicant is proposing these following conditions. Most of them are just them following the ordinance. So this is improved landscaping due to the removal of the existing parking lot, which the Office of Planning does believe is a positive anytime landscaping is improved through redevelopment. Compliance with the Code of Ordinances regarding noise, dust, smoke, odor, fumes, lighting, or other negative environmental impacts, which is something that we control for in our ordinance already. Compliance with the Code of Ordinances for elevations, which is something that we would already accommodate through site plan review. And a pedestrian rest area on the corner of Shaner and Canal Road. should be noted that this area right here, approximately 416 square feet, is also something that our ordinance would call for, what we would call an enhanced pedestrian feature, which is required in your landscaping ordinance. So this is not also going above and beyond what the landscaping ordinance calls for. We did encourage them in some of our first meetings to make it larger. They did not. This is what we have in our site plan before you this evening. There is something that I can discuss a bit that made this site very tricky to come through. We had the shared parking plan presented to us last Thursday. The plaza, because it has 579 parking spaces, a lot of which were shared with the Rite Aid, are being removed for the development of this car wash. They're removing about 129 parking spaces. This left the plaza itself deficient, creating a nonconformity by 23 parking spaces. I have no administrative means to be able to prevent any relief from our parking ordinance on this plaza at this time, so they would need to seek a variance for this. Because the problem is self-created, they do not meet the standards to issue a variance through the Zoning Board of Appeals, and therefore they came up with a shared parking plan to put these 23 spaces elsewhere on site. You'll see, if I'll go back just a few, they are proposing to put some in the rear, about 15 of them, and then they are proposing to put some right here. While this does meet our ordinance and it would make the project compliant, they are proposing to land bank them. I don't believe that these are practical in any way. Because you're making this the only means of egress and ingress into this car wash, to get onto Canal, you have to come up and around. You're creating a potential hazard with the vehicles that are pulling in, so we would not recommend developing them here. At the Planning Commission meeting, they told us there's plenty of room to stripe the spaces on site, but however, by putting them in a location like this and land banking, it leads me to believe that it's a lot tighter than you would be led to believe if this development were to go through. That parking could pose a problem for getting into the rest of the plaza. The Office of Planning recommends denial on this project for these following reasons, and then I'll get into our kind of discretionary standards for a special approval land use. So first of all, proposed redevelopment does not fit in character with the surrounding character or uses of adjacent parcels. Based on the information provided, the automobile wash at the location is a mere want and not supported by any valid zoning rationale. So from Hull Road to Plumbrook on Shaner, I believe there's only 2 C3 zoned parcels, both of which are gas stations. So it's not an area of the city that's kind of characterized or developed with these C3 uses. And there already is a car wash that's just south of that was developed through a consent judgment. So there really is no C3 zoning around here. It's predominantly C2, which is what you see as that kind of big consumer retail of the area. The automobile wash is not consistent with the city's long-term vision for this area as you go into the Lakeside corridor there, into the CIA, through the district node and through the Lakeside Village redevelopment. So we believe that it is not well suited for what is nearby. This would constitute an impermissible spot zoning. As I mentioned, surrounding areas not characterized by C3 developments, very, very few C3 parcels within several miles up and down this corridor, and they are already developed with gas stations. Additionally, there's no demonstrable need for this use at this location. There's an existing car wash serving the same row of southbound traffic, less than 1/4 mile away on the west side of Shaner. They are outside of the noticing requirement for this, but they did send in correspondence for you this evening. And we have been working with them for a few months now on diligently coming through site plans for them putting investment into their site as they wish to stay in Sterling Heights. Additionally, as we mentioned, the applicant's proposal rendered the existing plaza non-conforming by the elimination of the spaces. Mr. Petruzak added in the shared parking addendum to this, so they would be compliant should those parking spaces be, 1, approved by council, and 2, put into the final site plan review. But we don't believe that the proposed shared parking agreement is practical for the plaza overall, creates issues with the means of egress, creates issues with site circulation. We don't believe also that not having a sidewalk to a shared parking space is dangerous for pedestrians. Because this is a special approval land use in the C3 zoning district, it's important to look at our discretionary standards as well, which is what Planning Commission would review if they were looking at a special approval land use. So when you look at this, it's if it fits in with the location, size, and character and harmony of the orderly development of the surrounding neighborhood. We would argue this is actually inhibiting that. The use shall be of a nature that will make vehicular and pedestrian traffic no more hazardous than what is normal for the district, and we believe that that is not the case either. Proposed use shall be designed so the location, size, intensity, site layout, and periods of operation for the use would eliminate any possible nuisance emanating therefrom, which might be noxious to the occupants of any nearby permitted use. We would argue that if the stacking spaces were full, the noise of the car wash is more than what you see on site. It has the potential to be louder than any use that you'll see typically in a C2 use, and to generate traffic on the site that is different than what you'd see in a traditional retail plaza. And then a few more here, basically kind of stating that the review of the plaza and how the new development would look would not interfere or discourage the appropriate development of the use of the land and adjacent buildings. There's been a lot of discussion with the applicant about how to fill a mid-sized 11,000 square foot vacant box store, which is something we're dealing with on a lot of corners. This proposal is kind of putting that out the window regardless, because they're proposing to remove that store entirely and redevelop, to which we'd posit that redevelop in a way that is harmonious with the physical and economic aspects of the remainder of the plaza would be a better alternative development plan. Then again, the proposed use is well-designed, located, planned to be operated in terms of the public's health, safety, and welfare. And we believe that it would put potentially some pedestrians at risk if those shared parking spaces were developed, and to help it would only funnel the traffic onto Shaner. So we don't believe that this is a development that's well-suited to be in line with the rest of the plaza. That's all I have for my review of it. Mr. Petruzak, here, their assistant city attorney, did draft the conditional rezoning agreement. So if you have any specific questions there, he's available to assist as well. But with that, I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Parcell. Do you have any good news for them tonight?
We're dedicated and have made it well-known since the first time we met with them that we will do everything we can to explore redevelopment options on this corner through amending of ordinances, through helping direct tenants that way, to help come up with ideas to kind of either fill this building or to find a way to redevelop this site, and we continue to be committed to doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. I see the applicants are here. Do you guys want to make a presentation?
Yeah, hopefully I have some good news for you. I'd like to put up on the site the number one.
Oh, that's one from the last one, sorry.
We all know that this is a Kroger Plaza over here. Grand Sakwa is the owner of this plaza, the Nottingham Square, and this CVS has been vacant for over 1 year. We've had numerous attempts where we've been trying to come up with another use for this property. We've been not successful. We have the experience and the dedication to be able to try to do something that's complementary to this development. This has been a successful development. As you can see, this Kroger Center has been 98% occupied. We have issues with regards to finding a tenant for that corner, and this, as we're proposing for the car wash, is really, I think, a complementary use to the development. If we look at what we have existing here, and now go over to slide number 2.
Jim has the pointer. Is it working? If not, I'll
Okay. Now, this is a development that we propose. As you can see, we have plenty of landscaping here. This looks more like an office building. We feel that it's complementary to the overall development here. And what I wanted to address this idea that it's spot zoning. We have a conditional zoning request here. We are limited to this particular use. We can't use all of the C3 zoning classifications. If we can't, if we lose the development of this property, we would revert back to the C2. So this isn't truly just a true spot zoning to C3. Our uses are limited to one particular use with this particular development, should this city council approve it, according to the site plan that we're proposing. Now, we have looked at this for well over 1 year if the idea that somehow we can obtain C2 tenants here, we have Lakeside Mall that is a C2 operation, and Lakeside has not been able to continue successfully. It was once vibrant. We have changed conditions in this economy, and the fact that the economy is changing limits our potential users for this development. Just look to the south. You have the Rite Aid to the south. That Rite Aid has been vacant for well over a year. We have the Arby's with the Dunkin' Donuts. That's been vacant for well over a year. And it's a different economy. It's different in terms of what are the available tenants. And we felt that by working on this plan with the city planner, that this would be something that the city council might entertain in terms of a development. Now, in terms of the idea of the parking here, we worked out with the city attorney and with the city planner with this shared parking arrangement where we have a C3 use next to a C2 use should you approve this development. And our understanding is, talking with Mr. Kozubski, that the fact that we have two different zoning classifications, that we would still be compliant with the ordinance should you approve this plan. So our issue with regards to this plan is to ensure that we want to continue with the viability of this center. It's been successful. We don't want to run into that we're sitting on this property for years with it just sitting there dead. We've got the experience and a background to try to obtain the best use for this property. And what I have here today is we have Jim Epic, who's our planner, who put together this plan. Also Gabe Schuckman, who's with Al Car Wash. And I'd like them to run through the plan with you, discuss these issues that the planner has mentioned, that it's a no. We think that hopefully with the proper presentation that you might give due consideration to give us a fair chance to have you look at this and say, this is the best use for this property. I think we want to get something developed here. That's what you're trying to do with Lakeside. We don't want to have a vacant site. So I'll turn it over to Jim Epic right now, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Appreciate being back. Again, my name is Jim Epping, and I'll just run through Nottingham Square and then this specific corner as we're looking at it. As Rick had mentioned, Garansaqua Company in Nottingham Commercial LLC has owned and operated this site successfully since 2002. So for quite a while, it continues to be very, very successful. It's a 14-acre site in total, and as Dr. Purcell mentioned, we're talking tonight specifically about that southeast 2-acre corner. The property is beautifully landscaped, it's beautifully maintained and operated. There's continuous activity there. We've enjoyed a 98+% occupancy rate, almost no vacancy rate. Many of our tenants have been there since the very beginning in 2002. There's continued investment and continued operation of this site, unlike some of the other struggling commercial sites throughout the region. What's interesting about this site is it really serves not only this specific area, but it serves a large chunk of the city. Really that whole northeast quadrant, and even beyond that, it's a regional site that brings in many people. It's also important to note that it's on Shaner Road, which is not really a low mileage road. It's about 40,000 trips to the north and 40,000 trips to the south per day at 50 miles an hour. So it's a major location, and this site has been, we think, a very good attribute to the city because of its operation and because of its location. Several years ago, Kroger went through a massive investment, added some square footage to the store. It's about a 72,000 square foot store that was fully remodeled about 5 years ago and continues to be well serviced and well frequented by our customers. So it's not a struggling anchor. It's a very healthy and safe anchor for the area. We've got about 20,000 square foot of retail, again, which is generally fully occupied, and a healthy mix of retail and commercial services. The Arby's continues to operate, but as Mr. Sable mentioned, the CVS has been empty for about a year. We knew a year previous, and Nottingham Commercial and Grand Saco has been actively marketing that. In fact, working with the city economic development director, certainly the planning department, we're all in this together, and we're all looking for success at this location. Unfortunately, that 10 or 11,000 square foot store just isn't viable for nearly any use in today's market. Retail has changed, Amazon has changed a lot of those things, Costco and big boxes. So a 10,000 square foot store like this really isn't big enough to become an anchor, but certainly is too big to even become a restaurant. Most restaurants are 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 square foot at the most. This is an auto-oriented location, and I think that's important both from a tenanting and from a site plan point of view. As we mentioned, Shaner Road is a 204-foot wide right-of-way, and so people just aren't walking to this site, and the tenants that have come here are really auto-oriented tenants. We have 3 existing entrances, 2 on Shaner Road and 1 on Canal, and those will remain. Nothing is changing in terms of our curb cuts. And although Dr. Purcell had mentioned some different orientations within the parking, really the full parking lot continues to be completely operational. We're able to cut through different dedicated drive aisles. There is no or will be no reduction of any sidewalks. No sidewalks are being removed. Any parking spots that have sidewalks will continue to have that. And full operation, full circulation of the parking lot will continue. I'll show some blow-ups of that in a minute. In terms of walking distance, and a little of this gets into some of the goals of the master plan and the node of looking for pedestrian centers throughout the city. I'm a planner. I certainly believe in pedestrian orientation to retail. Unfortunately, we don't believe this is a pedestrian site. The city measures a pedestrian shed by a quarter-mile walking distance. We counted, we've got 32 homes within a quarter-mile walking distance. And so, well, we'd like to think of this as a pedestrian area, frankly, between Shaner Road, between just the way the sidewalks are limited, are measured. There just aren't any more than 32 or so homes within that quarter-mile walk. So as a result, everything is auto-oriented. As Mr. Sable pointed out, we're asking very specifically for a conditional rezoning, not a wholesale rezoning to R3, or I'm sorry, to C3, but a conditional rezoning to allow this specific use. Again, the 10,000 square foot building is an antiquated building size. It doesn't work in today's market. We've tried diligently with all avenues available to Grand Saco as well as available to the city through an intense marketing and recruitment. Any restaurants, any brew pubs, anything like that, we're seeing are going to M59, frankly. They go to where the other retailers are, where the other restaurants are. To build a 6,000 square foot restaurant, that's upwards of anywhere from $2.5 to $5 million, and those type of investments are just going up to M59. So even working with the city, working with the economic development department, we haven't found any restaurants, any brew pubs, anything, much more than a dollar store perhaps that would be able to go into this site. That being said, with the restrictions of the conditional rezoning agreement, with all the stipulations that have been put on from a legal document point of view, we're really confident that this will be a fantastic location, again, serving the auto-oriented area of this area to bring in that car wash. It is compatible with the site. It is compatible with the area and the auto orientation of it. Frankly, we wouldn't be proposing something that we thought would be detrimental to the rest of our Nottingham Square. And so from bringing customers safely to the site, bringing additional cars to the site, shifting people through the site, allowing people to come to the site once, get a car wash, go to the Kroger store, go to the bank, those different things. That's how good retail and good centers survive and stay healthy and stay vibrant within a city. our design, and we'll get into the design in just a second, is very deliberately an interior integral site. In other words, unlike perhaps other businesses down the street, the other car wash, no one's going to stack on Shaner Road. So everything is very deliberately brought into the site and contained within the car wash location. As we go to the corner, and we're going to get into the site plan right now, it is an unusual corner at Canal and Shaner, unlike nearly every intersection in our country, which would be typically a 90-degree intersection. This is about a 60-degree intersection. So it's what we're proud of is we've been able to slide the building to the corner, but it's not right up on the setback line like you might be able to do with a 90-degree intersection. What we have been able to do, which is really great, is we've removed all the front parking from the CVS. We've removed most of the circulation from the CVS, and we're actually adding about a half an acre, a little bit more than a half an acre of green space. What that does is it allows us to keep nearly all of the existing trees that are there now, add significantly more trees and shrubs back to it, add as I say, a half an acre of green space at the corner, which really starts to become a park-like setting, as well as a pedestrian plaza with a bike fixing station and so forth right at the corner. So it's going to be a big change to that corner in terms of green space, in terms of opening up the visibility on the corner and really kind of accommodating that unique 60-degree angle interchange. Rick just showed you this picture before. Again, it's an awful lot of green space. We've eliminated all those headlights that were pointing towards the street, all those bumpers that were pointing to the street. Really, this area of Shaner Road will be very similar to Shaner Road, just a little bit further north where you go through that natural area. It's a green area, and this well-landscaped Nottingham Square will become greener with this development. From a circulation point of view, as I mentioned, none of the cars will stack onto Shaner Road. We've got significant stacking inside of the car wash, and so we don't really even foresee a time even on, the sunniest of 4th of July weekends where we would have cars even backing into the parking lot and certainly never into Shaner Road. The cars that are moving throughout the site will have all sorts of opportunities to come safely in and out of the entrance, to be able to come from Canal, they'll be able to come from the Kroger. They won't have to do just that only circuitous route that the planner suggested, but they'll have full movement of the site to get throughout the site safely, as well as obviously not interrupt any of our other current customers for the other stores. The building, it does not look like some of the new car washes that you're seeing popping up around town with all sorts of tunnels and lights and different things like this. Gabe Shookman is going to explain the operational excellence of El Car Wash in just a minute, but what's really cool about this is it looks like a building, not a car wash per se. It doesn't have open tunnels. It has this interior driving area, and so the architecture frames the corner, it frames that green space, and it minimizes the look of cars. We have what we say is appropriate parking. In fact, the Planning Commission and the Planning Department throughout this process have really noted, and frankly, we agree with them, that the site probably has too much parking for the current needs in the current organization. What Dr. Parcell pointed out, and I agree with him, is that he doesn't have the ability to amend the parking, but I think it's a general agreement that this area has ample parking and perhaps even too much, not seas of parking like some of your other areas. The parking that we suggested down in that lower area was really meant to be 10 spaces of land bank parking. It would be highly unusual if that was ever developed. It would be a city and property owner agreement that says, boy, you guys are just so successful, we're going to need those last 10 spots. So those 10 spots do meet your ordinance standards. They do comply to all of your zoning, but we don't think we're ever going to need them. But from a numbers point of view, this provides those additional spots and keeps the Nottingham Square in compliance. Again, those are land banked. Your ordinance actually calls for land bank spots, and we're proposing just 10 of those in that location. So that's kind of a worst case scenario. 5 years from now, we just absolutely need parking. We would consider with you activating those. Other than that, there's existing parking, And then there's areas in the back of the building that are currently being kind of randomly used by employees. We would stripe those and organize those. So Nottingham Square will remain in compliance, El Car Wash will remain in compliance, and we're asking through that parking agreement to have 10 land bank spots that may rarely be used, and, probably never be used in the future, but would be there to meet the ordinance. With this, what I'd like to do is once again, just reiterate that from a site plan point of view, we're adding green space, we're controlling traffic, we're not eliminating any sidewalks. In fact, we're adding sidewalks. That one crossing that Dr. Parcell mentioned really is just coming from the Shaner Road to the car wash. We would expect that maybe an occasional employee may be dropped off or take the bus. That would be no different. It's only a 12-foot crosswalk, and it would be striped just like a crosswalk, so it wouldn't be any different than any other crosswalk throughout the plaza or throughout the city. All the other parking spots throughout this area, as well as throughout Nottingham Square, have the exact same pedestrian movement as they have now, so we're not making anything more dangerous. In fact, we think we're organizing the traffic and organizing the sidewalks more. With this, I know we're taking a long time, and I know that you've had a long meeting, but this is an important project to us and certainly, I think, to the city. I'd like to ask Gabe Shookman, who is the developer and representing El Car Wash, to really talk more specifically about the building, the use, the operations, hours of, and so forth briefly, and then we'll have Jack Dolan from our team just kind of summarize our findings at the end. If we could take another 5 minutes or so of your time, we appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I'm going to invite 3 members of our team up as well, if that's okay. We'll keep it to 5 minutes as you promised. This evening I have Jacob Swanson with Fleece Vandenbrink here, if you can come up. Broderick Brzezowski with Krieger Klett, who's a project architect, and then Mitch Harvey as well. Mitch Harvey is a civil engineer. We're excited to be working on our second project here in the community in the city of Sterling Heights. We're currently under construction at a project over Metropolitan Parkway in DeQuinder in front of the Target and Lowe's. And we're excited to hopefully do a second project here as well. El Car Wash today has 79 locations. We're the official car wash of the Detroit Lions. Mr. Barry Sanders is our business partner as well. And we're excited to grow in the state of Michigan. Florida was home number 1, and Michigan is home number 2 for us. And we're really excited. By the end of this year, we'll have 7 locations open throughout the Metro Detroit market, and we're excited to open up more, and we're excited to have hopefully a second location in the city of Sterling Heights. I wear a few different hats in my life. Outside of being an investor and a partner in El Car Wash, I'm also a partner in a real estate brokerage company called Mid-America. And Mid-America has also been doing the leasing on this project over the past few years. So happy to provide some insight on that as well. But I really wanted to focus on El Car Wash right now and just some, common misconceptions. I think some of those misconceptions were brought up in the staff report, and I just want to point them out. And then we also brought some experts to talk about that as well. But just a few things that are important: hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., aesthetics. If you look back, and if we can, show those poster boards as well. We'll talk about the finishes, but I really think this is a beautiful product. We're talking about, trying to be symbiotic in nature to what's going on in the community. We really taken an office building and made it a car wash, is what we've done. This truly, truly matches with the office building on the southwest corner and all the other neighborhood office buildings that are in that area. So I don't think we're doing anything here that's not accretive to the community. So I really want to point out that the investment here alone, by the way, is about a $7 million investment that we're proposing to put on this corner. And we're not asking for any incentives either. We're putting $7 million without any economic incentives as well, and we're excited to invest that in the city of Sterling Heights. Environmental impact also, we'll get into that. We reuse 90% of the water on site. From a noise perspective, we don't play any loud music or anything of that nature. There was some commentary about vacuums and decibel levels. So number one, on our exterior vacs, when we don't enclose it like this, our average decibel level is 60 decibels. What the staff report showed was 85 to 90. That's a freight train. We've done noise studies, comprehensive noise studies, that show our decibel level 60 to 65. In addition to that, the majority of our vacuums are going to be fully enclosed. So you're going to have these doors and making sure that there's no noise impact, not only outside of our property lines or shared, or per safe, property lines, but also to any residential neighborhood as well. So there'll be zero noise impact whatsoever to anybody within the community, and we have a noise study that can prove that out as well. So I think that's something that's very, very important. There was one commentary brought up about another car wash as well in the area. We support competition. There should be competition. So we want to provide the best customer service and the best experience for the citizens of Sterling Heights. That's the reason we're enclosing our vacuums. 8 months of the year, it's not an enjoyable experience to be vacuuming outside. So you go through your car wash, you go outside, it's raining, it's snowing, it's cold, the whole 9 yards. That's the reason we've enclosed our vacuums, so people can utilize a car wash, 24, utilize it 365 days of the year. So that's another main point of differentiation between us and the competition. And the reason why we think there's a need for our business as well. We're going to talk about traffic as well. That's the reason we have Jacob Swanson from Fleece Vandenbrink. He's going to talk about that. From an employee perspective, we have 4 employees on site at any given moment. We don't create any odors or smells. And from a maintenance perspective, we're investing $7 million. We're going to take care of this beautiful asset and take care of our asset in the city of Sterling Heights. So with that said, I'd like Mitch Harvey to come up so he can talk a little bit about the engineering and talk about some of the commentary that was brought up today. Thank you, Mitch.
Good evening. My name is Mitchell Harvey. I'm the civil engineer on this project. Our address is 555 Old Woodward, Birmingham, Michigan, and we're with Stonefield Engineering. I'll keep it brief. A lot of the points that I wanted to touch on were already discussed. We generally design this site to have significant stacking around the north and the west side of it. We have 49 vehicles that can stack within that stacking lane. That's well beyond whatever we anticipate. The interior to the site is where we have our parking. Kind of the touching on the sidewalk item, we located it purposely kind of at that one exit point. So you're just crossing 12 feet of maneuverable driving lane as opposed to 2 lanes. That's kind of how we arrived there. Touching on the utilities, so El Car Wash is able to reutilize 90% of its water from wash to wash. This is through a system of settling tanks, oil water separators, and then reverse osmosis. So really, once you have the car wash filled with water, a lot of that water is able to be reused from wash to wash. So we think it's a state-of-the-art, environmentally friendly feature of the site. Landscaping, was already touched on, so I won't go into too much detail. Just a few numbers out there. We're adding 10,000 square feet of green space to the site compared to how it sits today. 30 new trees, 214 shrubs. And then noise. Gabe touched on the noise study that we've been looking at. I mean, really the beauty is that we've already opened 2 of these. So we were able to go out there and actually get some decibel readings of the existing El Car Wash in Brighton and Madison Heights. And what we found is once you hit 50 feet from the building, you're at a decibel level that's consistent with what's out there today. So I went out a couple weeks ago and did some decibel readings on this site. Right up along Shaner where the sidewalk is, depending on if a car is coming by or not, we were getting decibel readings of 60 to 70. So once you're 50 feet from our car wash, you're looking at very, very similar decibel readings. So it's not going to be an increase in volume to the site. It's actually going to be very consistent with what you have at a typical commercial courtyard. With that being said, lighting is all going to be dark sky compliant with your ordinance, downlit and high efficiency LED fixtures. I'd like to hand it over to Jacob Swanson with Fleece and Vanderbrink just to touch on the traffic piece, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. Jacob Swanson, traffic engineer with Fleece and Vanderbrink. So a lot of traffic has been talked about already, so I'm just going to touch on a few things. As you can see on the screen, we put together a trip generation table comparing the existing use, which is a pharmacy and drugstore, as compared to the proposed use, which is the car wash. You can see that the existing use of the site has the ability to generate more traffic than the proposed use throughout the day and during the peak hours. Another big aspect of car washes is they are typically composed of pass-by trips and internal capture. So based on this site, with all the retail and the Kroger by, there will be a good portion of the traffic being internal capture, which is just you're already going out to a Kroger, you're doing some groceries, you're running, picking up some things, and then while you're already out, you stop by the car wash. So it's a very complementary use. Is not many people go directly from their house, car wash, back home. It's typically part of a trip chain, and so therefore it's not creating as much additional traffic as it is detouring traffic. There are two driveways, one on Canal, one on Shaner. Based on the volumes of those roads currently, you typically have daily variations of plus or minus 5%. So this site, adding on top of the existing daily variations, you wouldn't notice the difference in traffic. Additionally, as I said, Shaner has very high volumes, so it wouldn't be really noticeable on Shaner. I think that is all I had, but I'm open for any questions if you have any.
So to say we're not adding any additional traffic, is that the main takeaway?
Please speak at the microphone so we can hear you and people at home can hear you.
As I said, typical traffic varies by plus or minus 5%. So on a given day, you could have 1,000 cars, another day you have 1,100. Based on the existing volumes of the site, putting this in would not be differentiable between typical daily variations in traffic. So if you go on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the difference between there versus adding this site would be negligible. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'd like to invite up now Broderick from Krieger Clad, and then I'll just have a few finishing remarks after that. So if you can talk about the building, want me to hold this up for you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'd be honored.
Yep. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for having me. Broderick Brzezowski, architectural designer from Krieger Clad Architects. So as Gabe mentioned, it's designed to be a bit more like an office building. Getting into the materials a little bit more, we primarily have a nice clean white brick around the entire facade. The wash tunnel that faces south and the extra landscaping and pedestrian node at the corner. We introduced some additional brick coloring to provide visual relief along that wall. The interior vacuum space beyond that provides a lot of glazing to provide natural light for those users of the space. We have some metal paneling and detailing in select areas. And then finally, along the top, we have some EFIS bands colored to the franchise branding. That's about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you again for listening through the presentation. You know, something that was brought up by the team previous to me was talking about the uses and potential uses for the shopping center. Grand Sac was a phenomenal developer landlord. They know what they're doing. A car wash is a great use. A car wash is a use that people want to utilize and people are utilizing. Your second largest investment, and the reason why we believe in the business, your second largest investment after your house is your car. People want to take care of their cars. That's the reason people are coming to the car washes. And the reality is that when you look at a grocery anchored shopping center, it's a gas station, a car wash, and those are the kinds of uses that people want to, that's where they want to go shop, and that's where they want to take care of their car. It's a symbiotic use. There's no doubt about that. When you look at the retail leasing world, one of the things that was thrown out, let's put a restaurant in there. Take the traffic equation out of it, because a restaurant would create a lot more traffic, and that was one of the concerns in the report that you guys provided. A restaurant create a lot more traffic and create a way larger hazard. We can ask a traffic consultant. But if you look at the Lakeside Mall Trader and what's happened, the restaurants and the types of users that could potentially occupy this space, they're all going to Hall Road. That's what's happened. That's the shift that's happened in the world of retail. This is a grocery anchored shopping center. It's a neighborhood shopping center. And a car wash is a neighborhood use. And, wearing my Mid-America leasing hat, I've leased out hundreds of shopping centers throughout Metro Detroit. And this use is symbiotic with it. From the perspective of parking, the thing that really blows me away about this is in today's development world, planners are trying to push for less parking. We're trying to push for more GLA. We're trying to push for more symbiotic uses. And right now, we're trying to use that as a crutch not to allow for a $7 million investment in the city. I just don't understand that. It just doesn't make sense. If the developer, if Kroger, if all these different users didn't think there was enough parking, they'd be throwing up their hands right now and saying, hey, don't do this. We don't want this. We don't want this used. This is horrible. If Kroger, who's your major tenant in this project, a major tenant in the city, didn't think that a car wash would be a grace, they would have restricted it. They said, we don't want car washes. Well, that never happened. So Kroger, who's doing $50, $60 million of revenue a year, is okay with this use. They're okay with eliminating parking spaces. So I'm just trying to understand that we see the business need. We're trying to provide a better use for the community. We're doing all these different things, but we're picking on things that nobody else is, coming on and saying is wrong or is bad. That's the part I don't understand about it. So we're excited to be in Sterling Heights. We're excited to invest $7 million in this community. We're excited to bring this project. We're excited not to need any government financing to make this project a go. And we're excited to provide a better product for your residents, a fully enclosed car wash. We're excited about it. And we believe it's going to do great things. And we're excited to be members of the community and support the community. But I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you very much.
I'm going to try to talk loud and move around a lot because I know it's late and everybody's a little tired. And I'll try to make my comments short, too.
Yeah, and I think the 5 minutes, you've got just a few seconds left in that 5 minutes.
Mike, you remember that case we were on together, don't you? I think most of you know me. I'm Jack Dolan. I represent the community next door and have so for 48 years. So I've got 48 years of seeing car washes. And I'm here, obviously, because I'm hired like many of these other people. But I think I do bring a different perspective to this. And what I want to try to focus on here is that really all of the concerns that have been raised, the concerns that were all basically utilized by the Planning Commission don't exist in terms of detriments to this project. We start out here with our C2 ordinance. We are zone C2. From an analysis standpoint, you have to look at what is allowed in C2. And when you look down the list of C2 uses, and it's already somewhat been shown now, you're going to see that there are a lot of uses that, number one, have greater parking needs, a lot of uses that also basically in terms of the amount of trips, the time of day that the product is used and so forth, varies substantially from what's being presented. We're here on what I really love finally came along on conditional rezoning, which means what you see is what you're going to get. You're going to get every bell and every whistle that's up there on that screen. And if it's not that, then it's back to C2. This is not a C3 use. This is a conditional rezoning agreement. You can go through that agreement word by word, paragraph by paragraph, and that's what you're going to get. And the site plan with it also is what you're going to get. And if anything's going to change, it's only going to change if you agree to it. The notion that this is not compatible with adjoining uses is just really not able to be sustained because, as you can see, this has been designed substantially to look like the other uses that are surrounding it. If you go across the street, you look at some of those other buildings, you look at this building, there is a substantial similarity. The suggestion that somehow this sticks out like a sore thumb because it's a car wash and creates some sort of visual discontinuity or incompatibility just doesn't hold water. You're going to have fewer trips here to this use than are allowed under other uses. There's simply, you're not going to be able to make a record here to suggest that there's problems of compatibility based on this building design. You're not going to be able to make a record here that this use as proposed is going to be out of kilter with the surrounding buildings on other corners and what otherwise is permitted. That's just not going to be able to be sustained here. This use really is what I finally, after all these years, have wanted to see in a car wash. This is a car wash that really doesn't have the features that are traditionally with car washes, which probably made you all kind of want to turn your noses up when we first started. This is a completely different product. It's an enormous investment, and it's being done by an individual who's had a great track record in this city. When I first looked at this and was considering being retained, I just took another look again at what that shopping center looks like. And it started out with the developer, Gary Sakwa, on his own going above and beyond the call of duty in terms of the way that that shopping center was put together and the surrounding multiple.
You know,
There's-
Mr.
there's-
Dolan,
there's-
I don't mean to cut you off, and I don't mean to pick on you. We've been at
That's
this
okay.
for about
Yeah.
40 minutes now, and I've probably given you twice as much time as any other, maybe 3 times as much time as any other developer petitioner's ever received. I'm hearing a lot of the same stuff over and over and over, and so I would just ask if you could be mindful, we have a lot
Okay.
left on our agenda tonight, and we have closed session, so.
Right.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No, that's
but
all right.
I
I'm-
would just say, if you don't mind wrapping up your comments in the next 2 to 3 minutes, that. I
Far
can
less
tell
than
you,
that. I
There's
just
6
want
of
to
us that would appreciate it.
complete my remarks by saying that there really is no, what I'll call, evidence to suggest that this is not a compatible use, that there are noise issues. You've heard already the solid evidence that establishes that there isn't a noise problem, and also that that it's basically inconsistent with your zoning. I think if you went down all of the reasons for denial in the planning director's or planning commission's findings, you'll find that there's no evidence to support those in relationship to what we've presented tonight. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dolan. Oh, it's not your fault. There's a lot of good information, a lot of presentations to be made, so I understand it. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? Mr. Smith.
Well, good evening. I certainly can't see any reason why City Council would oppose this. There have been promoters and developers that thought drugstores and fast food franchises were a hot tip, and they've deluged our city and others with them, and for some reason that I don't understand, that the majority of the drugstores went out of business. There's vacant drugstores and repurposed drugstores everywhere, and vacant franchise restaurants, places that have succeeded elsewhere that went broke in Sterling Heights, including Fuddruckers that just went down and some others. So we got too many car washes, but we got too many of everything else too, and that didn't stop you from approving other businesses. We've somehow employed a city planner that's got some kind of utopian fantasy of having miracle, wonderful businesses, but these miracle, wonderful businesses haven't come. The fast food franchise went out of business. They tried to put a car wash in there. You guys stopped that. And now we got a vacant drugstore. So what do you want, a vacant drugstore or a vacant franchise restaurant, or 2 more car washes than you need? That we hired this Luke Bonner, the tax break jockey, going around trying to recruit any business or industry at all that he can get to Sterling Heights. And here's somebody that wants to build a business and you're road blocking him. There's just no rhyme or reason to it. I hear this scary term land bank in here, and it seems like land bank translates into the developer selling a few usable scraps of land back to the city at a inflated price, which I don't want to see. This looks like a repeat of Speedway Park over at Utica and Van Dyke, where the city spent a ton of money to buy an old gas station and put in some bricks and a park bench, and here we're getting a repeat of that. I'd just soon see the developer own that as to try to lay that off on the city. But I don't really see any logical reason to stop this. I can think of a few businesses I'd like to have there, but I wouldn't like them enough to invest my money in because they'd probably lose money like the drugstore and the franchise restaurant do. So this is the essence of brownfield development. Instead of cutting down a forest, we can cut down an old drugstore and turn it into a car wash.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else on this item? Okay, council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolved to deny introduction of the map amendment to zoning ordinance number 278 to conditionally rezone property situated on the northwest corner of Canal Road and Shaner Road in Section 1 from C2 Planned Comparison District to C3 General Business District for the purpose of developing an automotive wash establishment, case number PZ 250002, based upon the recommendations of and for the reasons presented by the Office of Planning.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Zarko?
First of all, I know that the parcel has to be developed. If residents were coming to us and said, we need more car washes in the city, we'd certainly be researching where these car washes could be. But we're not getting that input from our residents. That's not what they're asking for. The other thing is that, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will agree, that if the Planning Commission is actually listening to the planning department, how are we going to go against that? I mean, it is rare sometimes anymore that they actually agree with administration that something shouldn't happen. So I think that we'd be remiss if we didn't follow their recommendations. I mean, because we're getting them from both places tonight. But I just think it's just not there. And I'm going to agree with Mr. Smith when he says there's a lot of empty drugstores because they were putting them up, 20 years ago on every street corner, because that's what people were, they thought they needed. But times change and the way we live changes. And as we start to talk about making our city more walkable, and then when I looked at the renderings and you have that little portion in the front that is just with the benches and everything, and you really do have people walking by there in your renderings. So, but you called it that it was more automotive area. I really wish you luck in finding something that goes in there. I just don't think the car wash is the right thing to be in that particular shopping center. And when you're saying that it's been vacant for like a year, not even 2 years, and I look at Abuelo's across the street that's been vacant for 10 and a half years. And, those are things that I think about. I don't know why. And I don't know why some of the vacancies that we have in that Lakeside Circle haven't been rented out, especially when we know what's going to happen behind it is the development of Lakeside. So I think that, a year and a half, I'm sure that you would like to see it, off the books. We got something in there and we're going to take care of whatever it is. But I just don't think this is the right project for that corner. But I wish you well in finding something that we can all agree on. And the Planning Commission or Planning Department said they will help you. So nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Zarko. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I agree with the comments of Councilwoman Zarko. The Planning Commission is listening to the master plan, and I fully agree with their determination. The one point I would like to make is that this entire area is designed to be more walkable. If Lakeside comes through, and I fully expect it will, you're going to have thousands of residents who are going to live and work and walk in the same area that is essentially a half mile or less from this location. I think that this entire area needs to be more walkable, but even if it wasn't more walkable, and I take some exception with the walk shed numbers, because I believe that, through the chair to Dr. Parcell, there are condos or apartments directly behind the shopping center, is there not?
You're correct. With just a few feet of walkway from that developer, then we would be able to connect them to Canal Road and they could walk over there pretty easily.
That's what I thought. To me, I guess, while I have you, Dr. Parcell, 10,000 square feet, 11,000 square feet is what the current building is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I know that when we talked about the mixed-use development nodes, and that's coming next, I think, we talked about buildings that are under 10,000 square feet, correct?
Yeah, we talked about a multiple of different size box stores, but they are included. We're aware these hard corners with these CVS and Rite Aids can be problematic.
Just up the street from this location is, all of Gallo's names are the same. Is it Sterling Square up the street there? Is that
I think it's Sterling Center.
Sterling Center? They all sound the same to me. Could a mixed-use building work on this corner? Or a mixed-use two buildings, for example, if this became a mixed-use district?
So we've discussed this with the applicant. They've mentioned that they don't think residential is right for them at this time, at this location, and I respect that. But it's not to say that there couldn't be retail with office suites above it. It's not to say that a shopping plaza redevelopment, since the proposal here is already discussing raising the structure, could not be highly functional and highly successful there.
That's my thought, in the sense that if you're already going to knock down the box that's there, it doesn't really matter what the box was. You're saying that you are open to new ideas for the size of the site. So to me, I think that a mixed-use residential retail building there would make a lot of sense, and it would actually activate the plaza behind it, because you'd have people both living on the site and then traveling the site. I don't think the car wash is right for this location, but more than that, I take exception to some of the safety concerns that I think will arise out of the site. I think the additional parking, if it was to be approved, doesn't make sense. I think it'd make the site more dangerous. I think crossing drive aisles is the exact opposite of the walkability that we were talking about. I guess I have one question through the chair to Mr. Koszubski. This is something that we do. The Planning Commission unanimously said the recommendation was denial, but we still draft a conditional rezoning agreement. If we're going to update our zoning rules and the master plan, it seems to me that it doesn't make a lot of sense. That in the future, if the Planning Commission recommends denial, we should just move it to City Council without a agreement. Because why spend time and money drafting an agreement if the Planning Commission has already said unanimously, no thanks? It'd be one thing if it was somewhat close, but to me, if we're actually listening to our Planning Commission and they're following the master plan, I think it requires a lot of work and a lot of renderings, and a lot of stuff that eventually, with the planning department so adamantly against it, it seems like a waste of resources to me. I think this car wash doesn't make the site safer. I think it makes the site non-compliant. And I also think that it limits the maneuverability on the site. There is no shared parking because essentially it cuts off the rest of the shopping center. To go further than that, I just think it's wrong for the site. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We've approved car washes before. We've approved Nell Car Wash on 16 Mile. I have no problem with that. I supported that. At this site, it doesn't make sense. And I'll go one step further too. I think the conditions that are offered, because the conditional rezoning requires them to offer us some conditions. And essentially the condition here is it'll be a car wash. And I don't think that that's a significant condition, because I looked at what Plymouth got approved by a judge, essentially said that you have to offer us something of value, something that we would go above and beyond. That's what a conditional rezoning is meant to do. And I think too often we've fallen into this trap in Macomb County where The conditional rezoning is, I want this thing, so give it to me. And I think that that's crazy, so I'm going to be voting no. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else? Mr. Yanis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there somebody here representing Nottingham Woods?
Mr. Sabo.
Mr. Sabah?
Square.
Square.
Square? Nottingham Square. Thank you. Yeah, can you go to the microphone? Just. So at the building that's attached to the Arby's has been vacant for about 8 years, 7 years.
Yes.
Is there a reason why they can't rent that space out?
No tenants available for it.
No tenants available for it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was going to ask Mr. Parcell if not this, what? But I think he makes an excellent point that you folks said that Grand Sakwa is a great owner. They've been very successful. I use that Kroger quite often. I also eat at the Greek Grill and the Thai restaurant there, so I'm there a lot. That is a very busy shopping center. They have a lot of tenants, and I'm not sure why a building that adds additional retail space wouldn't be equally successful. I just don't see why. Well, I can see why. This is a moneymaker. I get it. You're in business to make money. No offense, but it doesn't really fit into what we're looking for. I think that more retail space would work there. And so anyways, I'm going to vote no. I appreciate your time. That's all I have, Mr.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanis. Anyone else? If they were to, nobody else? Okay, if they were to, demo that, I mean, I think to Mr. Yanis's point, they've got a 98% occupancy rate there. Why not just have more retail? I think what you would say is the difficulty of leasing out a 10,000 square foot standalone building. Would they be able to, by right, demo that building and put up a strip center there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure, look, I'm probably going to be the only one here. I'm not sure that that's a more desirable use. I really don't. A couple of things that I thought about the project. I think that the green space is tremendous, that there's additional green space there that we've been asking for that in developments throughout the city. This would deliver on that. I'm not sure whether there are no other uses available. Mr. Schickman, I didn't hear you say that, but my guess is that it's going to be difficult. There's a Rite Aid that's vacant, just quarter mile down the road, probably not even. I think they're going to have a difficult time developing without having what we're referring to as auto-centric uses. Personally, I don't think I think the parking is a non-issue. I think putting those parking spots behind the development for employees would probably be fine, and I can't imagine, like the overhead shots that you used, you can see the Kroger's is completely full, and the southern half is not. It's probably rarely more than 20% full. I get what we're trying to do at this corner, and I think we're going to talk about it more in a few minutes. But I'm not totally opposed to an auto-centric use there. I think with the development of Lakeside being a 100-acre, fully mixed-use development, it might not, it's not a terrible idea at the very south end of the Lakeside District to have an auto-centric use. There is already a drive-through use in that center, and I understand the arguments that were made that this would be a complementary use to what's already there. It's quite common for grocery stores to have a gas station in the same parking lot or in the same development. I think they do it a lot to try to mitigate the negative impacts or the negative perception of a car wash through the design of the building and the way that it's the architecture as, I'm not fully buying that it looks like an office building, but I get it. It's closer to an office building. Some of these car washes that are being developed, you see, they look like they're from outer space, and, they look like they're a space station. And that's not what this is. I think it's a good-looking building, and it's a good use. Personally, I'm not opposed to it. I think there's, as Dr. Parcell laid out, there's every reason why in our zoning ordinance and what our master land use plan says and what our special approval land use, I think, that can be argued either way a lot of times. But I do agree that this is probably not what the city had in mind for it. Personally, I think it's a fine use. I'd be in favor of it, but I don't see the votes here tonight. So, all right, let's have a roll call vote. Ms. Riska.
And to clarify, this is for the motion to.
This is a motion to deny.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski, Mayor Taylor?
I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Yanas?
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
We need Mrs.
We need Mrs.
Koski.
Koski.
I already voted.
Koski, I had a typo on my sheet.
No double voting.
Yes.
I never know how you determine the order
Yeah.
for these roll call
moves
votes.
it.
You rotate it.
Rotates it.
Oh, okay, the motion failed, or the motion carries, and the motion was to deny. Good luck to you guys. Thank you for your presentation tonight and the information. It was very thorough, and we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on. Next item is oh, yeah, so it's 10:14. So we are, by rule, we go to communications from citizens at 9:30. So we're going to jump ahead to communications from citizens, and this is your opportunity to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. The budget was on the agenda, and the budget covers everything, so I guess we'll just be a little bit, we'll relax. Come on up, Mr. Smith. We'll relax that a little bit, but within limit. All right, Mr. Smith, under communications.
Well, I was going to try to squeeze in lakeside funding in the previous item, but you told Mr. Yanis it wasn't on the agenda, so I guess we can talk about it now. This is a bad bet. This reminds me of a guy comes up to me, says, Mr. Smith, I got a surefire scheme for you to make $10 million. You just got to front it with $1 million of your own. So it's 10-to-1 payback. And, well, I just soon not risk my money. I'll let the next guy risk his million and make the 10 million. And that's the same game you're playing. You're going to risk $100 million of the city's money for infrastructure for basically a pie-in-the-sky scheme to have $1 billion development of Lakeside, which $1 billion development of Lakeside sounds like a good deal, but somebody selling a deal always sounds like a good deal. That's what salesmen are. They're people that convince you that it's a good deal. It's a surefire deal. We're talking here about the difference between a business decision and an emotional decision. And that's what you're making here is emotional decision. You're saying, well, here's Lakeside, we got to do something, but not, is this really a good bet? Is it really good use of the people's money? And as one of the people, I say it sure isn't good use of my money. I can see us spending the $100 million for the front money, which the three guys from Miami use that for flash money to go to the money lenders and say, well, see, we're legit, because if we weren't legit, Sterling Heights wouldn't have given us the $100 million. So you're really establishing them having their flash money to go to the meeting to try to borrow this. And this just reminds you of shows that you've seen on Miami Vice or Law and Order Criminal Intent, The Closer, or Columbo, where somebody has a really well-planned scheme, and some of them are better planned than this. They'll rent an office building and have an image of legitimacy. Now, Kmart headquarters sat vacant a long time in Troy, and they didn't get all itchy to spend their money to tear it down, do something about it. Eventually, a hospital wanted the land, and they bought Kmart headquarters and demolished it, and they're building the land. That if you're building $1 billion job, why do you need the 100 million front money from somebody else? Why don't you go to the money lender and borrow the whole thing if they're such a big shooter? I don't believe in these guys. I say, I'm not saying I got proof against them to send them to jail, but the way the burden of proof goes is they convince me to invest their money. They have to convince the money lender and Sterling Heights to send them the money. And I don't see that they have at all convinced me that this is a good deal. That the Packard plant sat vacant for a while, and it'll get torn down. Kmart sat vacant. Lots of places sit vacant. But this 100 million is going to be gone, and this plan that will make it all back, I don't believe. I just don't believe this, and you're risking our money in a very, very bad bet.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anybody else under communications? Mr. Himmler?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Ronald Himmler. I live in this city. My name is Ronald Himmler, and I live in this city. I want to direct your attention to a public safety problem. The Dodge Park path along Clinton River is a gem. Lots of people use it. When the path meets Van Dyke Road, the path enters an underpass under Van Dyke. This keeps pedestrians from needing to cross busy Van Dyke. With a lot of rain, the underpass becomes unpassable. And then when the Clinton River fills, the river floods the underpass. In either case, the underpass is unusable for many days, maybe a week or two, because there's a dirt ridge that keeps the water from draining back into the river, so it makes a little lake. So my first request is someone would dig a drainage groove so that the water will drain from the pavement into the river. Very minor thing. But more importantly, when the underpass is unpassable, people then cross busy Van Dyke. I myself can do this if I wait for a while and I see a small gap in the traffic, but I do cross quickly. I wondered about other people crossing there, especially children. Children in traffic don't mix well. So the idea prompts my presence here today. So my other request is install a pedestrian-operated traffic light, I think that's the right phrase, at this place in Van Dyke. Remember that when the path meets Riverside Road, currently there is an underpass which gets flooded, but there is also a pedestrian-operated traffic light at Riverside and Dodge Park Path. And in Utica, where the path crosses Auburn Road to continue north to River Bends, there is also a pedestrian-operated traffic light, which is very useful for me. I know you're planning improvements on this strip of Van Dyke from, say, to 19 Mile Road, because it's a future project. But please install a pedestrian-operated traffic light at this place fairly soon so that we don't have any regrets about not installing it earlier. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bauer?
Good evening, everyone. Jim Bauer, Set Court, Sterling Heights. I had another resident that sent me some information and asked me if I knew anything about it, and I didn't, so I thought I'd come up here because apparently it looks like you guys are part of it. This is an appropriations request for legislatively directed spending items from Ron Robinson. And the entity that it's intended for is the Chaldean Community Foundation. And number 8, the purpose, it says, in partnership with the city of Sterling Heights, the Chaldean Community Foundation is developing a tiny home project which will provide much needed affordable home rentals or ownership to Michigan residents. And it goes on, and they're asking for $2 million for this project. To me, if it's a partnership, that means you have some skin in the game. You're not just going to approve or disapprove. So my question is, are you actually in a partnership with this tiny house project? because I never saw anything on the council agendas for approval for the city to enter into a partnership with them. If so, where is this project? It says the funds are supposed to be from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. It hasn't come up to the committee yet for discussion, but that's basically my question is in fact, are you entering into a partnership with them? Or because this is inferred by this memo here. So I'd appreciate it if I could get an answer. Hopefully, based on past experience of October 15th, we won't spend 17 minutes debating back and forth who's going to answer, how they're going to answer me, and I have to have a private meeting with Mr. Koszewski or something to get an answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bauer. Anybody else under communications from citizens? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and Mr. Koszewski. I was going to come to talk to you today about some questions that you had last time about the oak tree at Van Dyke and Hall and the proposed development that was just mentioned. But, you know, it's been a long night for you guys, and I can't believe you're not exhausted by now. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'll save it for the next council meeting. But I did want to come up here and say that the Nelson Park event that you had for that grand opening was awesome. So kudos, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else under communications? If not, okay, we'll close that portion of the meeting. We'll go back to our agenda, and this is surprise, an ordinance introduction. To consider introduction of an ordinance amending Article 14B of zoning ordinance number 278 to create neighborhood and district nodes and the zoning map to delineate the parcels included in the newly created nodes, with a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Mayor Taylor, can we take a 5-minute?
Yeah, we can take a break.
Thank
We'll
you.
take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:30 PM. Order. And the next item on our agenda tonight is an ordinance introduction. And this is to consider introduction of ordinances amending Article 14B of zoning ordinance number 278 to create neighborhood and district nodes and the zoning map to delineate the parcels included in the newly created nodes. I would entertain a motion to postpone this item to the May 20th City Council meeting.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, so you guys can come back another time. You're welcome to stay.
Why?
You're welcome to stay.
Get a tent city out there.
All right, next up is the consent agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any item on tonight's consent agenda? Mr. Smith?
Besides items G.
Of course, yes, thank you,
And
Mr.
M.
Radke. G and M have been moved to the end of the agenda, so you can't talk about G and M, but you can later.
Which ones?
G and
or
M.
M?
Oh, M. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get 4 minutes now, you get 4 minutes then.
Oh,
How
yeah,
about that?
No, I don't, no. I mean, there's really not enough money in this to shake a stick at, but just for the matter of principle, F, to accept a proposal for a resident survey for $22,000. Well, it's only $22,000, which is nothing to city council, but really all studies and surveys say exactly what the patron paid them to say, that you're going to cherry pick a controllable amount of subjects, and you're going to give them some questions that are rigged to get the answer that you intend to get, just like every other study. So why don't you just man up and say what you want, and don't hide behind the studies and surveys. Second, here's $70,000 to go in the dog pound business. So I take it that for some reason that's, I don't quite understand. Okay, they had a police lockup in the police station, and they decided to quit locking up people and let the county lock up people. So rather than just have a vacant space, we're going to go in the dog pound business. Well, who said we had to go in the dog pound business? Just because you got some empty cells now, we gave the human prisoners to the county, and we're going to bring the dog prisoners to Sterling Heights just because we can. And again, the 70 grand is the thin end of the wedge, and it won't be enough. And somehow we're going to get in the dog pound business. Now, I mean, it's just one tiny tip of the iceberg of a whole multitude of businesses Sterling Heights is in that it has no business being in. But I guess coming back to this survey, well, this is cheaper than other surveys and studies you've done. So, I mean, I've seen you drop $300,000, $400,000, $500 grand to pay a consultant to say what you want him to say. So I guess the $22,000 is a bargain by study and survey standards.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else under the consent agenda? Read that agenda item on the dog pound. Read not just that, read the actual agenda item, because what you said was wrong. All right, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Kosky.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, next up is item G from the consent agenda, which is to approve an agreement for financial services between the City of Sterling Heights and PFM Financial Advisors, LLC, for the provision of bond-related financial advisory services, professional fees determined by the value of bonds sold. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? If not, Mrs. Kosky, you pulled this item. Do you want the
Yes, I
floor?
do. I just want a little bit of discussion. Promise small.
Okay.
Move to approve the agreement for the financial services between the City of Sterling Heights and PFM Financial Advisors, LLC, 555 Briarwood Circle, Suite 333, Ann Arbor, Mich. 48108, for the period May 7, 2025 through December 31, 2029. Authorize the city manager to extend the term for one additional 3-year period upon mutual consent, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement and any extensions thereof on behalf of the city.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Koski?
Yes, through the chair to Jennifer. I already warned her I wanted her to get a little breakdown on this ahead of time. Jennifer, I was under the impression that Miller Canfield was our bond counsel, and I'm not familiar with this group. And reading the backup, I saw that we had another advisory counsel for the sale of bonds, and it's been sold to another company, and then they in turn closed their doors, and there aren't too many advisors left. So what is the purpose of this firm, and where did they come from? When I say where did they come from, who recommended them?
Mrs. Varney.
So there's two different professional services we use when we issue bonds. One is bond counsel, which is a law firm, and that's Miller Canfield. We work with Pat McGow. None of that is changing at all. The second professional service we use is called a bond advisor, and that's basically the person that helps us get all our paperwork together, develops amortization schedules, and they're the ones that actually take the bond to market to sell it. So I would kind of compare it to like a stockbroker. They go, they sell our bond, they go out and they, take in bids, and then we look through them, and whoever gives us the best rate, we buy. Our previous bond advisor originally was with a company called Hut Shockey. That company got out of the bond advising business. The people we were working with moved to Northland Securities. So we brought that to council, and it was approved, and now Northland Securities, the company, has decided to get out of the government bond business, and the person that we were working with has basically also decided to get out of the business. So there's very few firms that do this work. We reached out to both of them as recommended by Pat McGow. We got proposals based on, the team was myself, Nick Mackey, the Assistant Finance Director, and the Purchasing Manager. We felt that PFM was the most qualified, had the most experience. They also came in second when we went out to bid in 2018, and their price was the best. So that is why we're recommending them.
When do we have to pay them?
We don't pay them anything unless we issue bonds. So there's no retainer or annual fee. So their fee that they charge is based on when bonds are issued, and it varies based on the amount of the bond. So knowing that we're going to be issuing approximately a $40 million bond, we had both firms price out what that would be, and that's what's in the backup. Around $55,000, which was less expensive than the other firm. But that was only one of the factors in why we chose PFM.
What type of advice do they give us? Do they just handle the sale of the bonds, or do
Well, they do a
consult?
lot of work. They create what's called the official statement, which is like a very thick document that is sent out to, again, people that buy our bonds want to know we're going to be able to pay them back. So we have to provide a lot of financial information. That's called an official statement. They prepare that. Again, they're the ones, I can't just go sell bonds. I don't have the license to do that, kind of like a stockbroker, you can't just walk down the street and buy stock, right? You have to have someone facilitate, so they facilitate the sale. The other thing that they do is, if we want to, which we plan on doing, a presentation to a rating agency to try to maybe improve our bond rating. We did that a few years ago with S&P. They would help us with that. But you have to have a bond advisor to sell bonds. I mean, you just have to.
That's totally different from, what is it?
The attorney, the counsel. Yeah, they're an attorney. He gives us more legal advice on, what can we do with the bonds? It's just like two pieces of professional services we need in order to sell bonds. But yeah, they are, Miller Cantfield can't sell the bonds for us.
So this is our salesman.
Kind of, yeah. Or like I said, almost like a stockbroker is kind of a good analogy.
Okay, that's
Okay?
what I wanted
All
to
right.
know. Thank you very much. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Kosky. Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item M from the consent agenda. This is a consideration item to adopt a resolution requesting that the Macomb County Department of Roads participate in the cost share for lighting and landscaping improvements to the Metropolitan Parkway median from Van Dyke to the eastern limits of Sterling Heights. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? Mr. Smith.
Well, it seemed like the urgency that came up on this is rather surprising. I moved into Sterling Heights in 1977, and previously I lived in Detroit and Huntington Woods and during service in Wichita and Orlando, a few other places. And we had street lights every place I lived. I came to Sterling Heights, it's really dark here. There's no street lights at all. And, well, it's what they put headlights on cars for. And, well, there is lights in the parking lots of businesses and shopping centers, and the lighting of the business compared to darkness helps to emphasize the business. And I talked to people at work and about this comparison, and they says, well, you listed high crime areas. High crime areas need street lights, and Sterling Heights is a peaceful suburb, and it doesn't need street lights. I says, okay, well, that's that. And over time, with all the miles and miles of streets, a few of them have got street lights and a few don't. And I guess it really defies logical explanation how some streets get picked to have street lights and others don't. And I'm just sort of curious as to how this one section of 16 Mile has suddenly become urgent priority one to get street lights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else? Council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved to adopt a resolution requesting that the Macomb County Department of Roads participate in the cost share for lighting and landscaping improvements to the Metropolitan Parkway median from Van Dyke to the eastern limits of Sterling Heights.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Mayor. One thing I wanted to talk about was, we just had a resident ask, why 16 Mile? Metro Parkway or 16 Mile is one of the fastest streets in the city. And it's one of the only ones, according to our city engineer who came up during the budget presentations, that is not lit. And then when we put together this packet, this is an interesting fact. This section of Metropolitan Parkway is comparatively less safe for motorists as the risk for serious accident is 35% higher than other sections of Metro Parkway with lighting and landscaping. So just by being darker, it's more dangerous. And that's common sense, right? If there's a deer or a child or anyone walking at night, you can't see them because it's not well lit. And we don't need to have lights in every subdivision of every street in the city. But on a street where motorists are going 50 miles an hour or better most of the time, we should have lighting. And I also wanted to talk about briefly us asking the county to contribute. The county had no trouble coming in here and asking us to contribute for a crosswalk on their street, Shaner, and asked the city to pay half, which is fair. We want the city to be safer. But I think it's frustrating because when we did Mound, we asked for sidewalk, which is a safety improvement. And the county essentially reneged on the deal and cut $650,000 of sidewalk from Mound Road. They said it wasn't part of their plans. And now that one stretch of Mound Road is comparatively less safe than all the other sections because the county decided that wasn't in their priority list. So to me, I think it's only fair the county, which runs 16 Mile, which has increased the speed to, I believe it's 55 miles an hour now, they should make sure that our residents are safe. Our own statistics say that this section of Metro Parkway is the most dangerous section. And I'm asking for the county to do their job on their street, which they control, to make it safer. Split it with us. I think that's only fair. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? I'm in agreement, and I think that it's good that the city is asking for this and doing it in a formal way rather than just making a phone call. I hope that the county will look at this and recognize the partnership that we've had in the past, and whenever the county's asked, we're there to step up and support their projects and pay our fair share, and hopefully the county will be able to find some money in its budget to assist. So without any further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right, where does that leave us? Reports from city administration. Mr. Vanderpool, anything tonight?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Mr. Koszybski?
Yes, Mayor, I have 2 items for closed session.
Okay, and council, any reports?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanez?
Yeah, I just want to say that last Saturday, we had our Shine program, the Spring Shine program. We had another great turnout. We had somewhere between 80 and 100 volunteers. I want to thank First Church for once again hosting it. Dawn and Marissa from from the city department helped organize it and run the show that day. It was a great day. We had great weather. We did a lot of good, cleaned up a lot of homes. Everybody was very appreciative, and we look forward for the fall Shine Day. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone, Mr. Radke?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to Ms. Varney. I was hoping you could come up and just talk briefly. Mr. Smith continues to lie about the Lakeside project, and I find it very frustrating for the people at home. I hope you could talk about how much the bond issue might be for Lakeside, just a number, because $100 million is what he kept on repeating at the microphone, and I feel like if we let these lies continue to be not pushed back upon, people at home might get the wrong idea.
The maximum bond we've agreed to issue is $45 million.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko?
Okay, briefly, because we've talked about Lakeside, do you think it was on the agenda tonight? I've been traveling back and forth to Ohio since, my mom actually is 96 years old, broke her femur, so I've been back and forth, and she's in a rehab facility that is 4 miles away from a sustainable neighborhood. So years ago, it was a Trader Joe's, and we would drive there because there wasn't a Trader Joe's that was close by. So, but what was interesting is watching how this development has come around in the last 20 years. And as I was shopping at Trader Joe's, and I watched somebody leave with their shopping cart, go outside, walk 20 feet, swipe their card to get into their housing facility, take the cart in so they could take the elevator up, empty their groceries, and come back down. So I thought, it was something that I thought, well, maybe this is what's going to happen at Lakeside. The other thing is that all of their parking structures, they had reserved parking for residents. And I was just thinking that we start writing these ideas down so that when we start talking about the actual development, that we see what's worked somewhere else. And that's it on the sustainable neighborhood. And the other thing is, happy Mother's Day to everybody's out there, mothers, moms, grandmothers, godmothers, stepmothers, second mothers. Hope you have a great day on Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else? Well, very happy Mother's Day to my wife, Christina, to my mother, to the 3 mothers we have on the city council here with us tonight, Mrs. Schmidt, Mrs. Koski, and Mrs. Zarko. Hope you guys have a great Mother's Day. And with that, we will adjourn and of course, I'm sure Mrs. Sarowski is still watching the council meeting. Happy Mother's Day to you, Mrs. Sarowski, as well. We will adjourn into closed session. We may be returning back. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Roll call vote, Mrs. Riska.
Schmidt?
Yes.
Sarowski, Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanez?
Yes.
Yarko?
Yes.
Koski?
Yes.
Mr. Red?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. We'll adjourn into closed session. We may be returning. Thank you very much. All right, calling this meeting back to order. And Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Resolve to authorize the city attorney to pursue all available remedies to abate the nuisance conditions and code violations existing at 36521 Tulane Drive.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No.
With no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I would entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. With no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned.